Missing one person, Counselor. Okay.
We have Councillor Dominato that's just come in as well.
Okay, so we've got the full house. Great. Okay, so I will go ahead here and open my script. Just 1 second here, Counselor. Okay, so I'm going to start, clerks. Thanks, Council. We are reconvening our public hearing of July 26th, and we're reconvening from June 20th, 29th, 30th, July 14th, and July 25th. This meeting is convened by electronic means, and as such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. Just got to make sure that if you're on camera like me, you just leave your camera on, because we'll be checking video for purposes of confirming quorum. And if your video is marked as off, then you'll be marked as absent for that portion of the meeting. Members of the public can view proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which is tweeted out at Van City Clerk. That's the handle. As always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all of us who live on these lands. And thanks to staff for everything you're doing, especially late night clerking yesterday. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr,
Here.
Councillor DeGenova,
Present.
Councillor Fry,
Here.
Councillor Swanson,
Here.
Councillor Hardwick,
Present.
Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle,
Present.
Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly,
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you so much, clerks. Okay, so we're continuing on the CD1 rezoning on West 7th and West 8th Avenue. At the reconvened meeting yesterday, Council concluded hearing from speakers and closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments. We are going to start now with closing comments. Just a reminder, Council, we hear closing comments from the applicant, then we hear closing comments from the staff, and then we can ask staff questions. So no additional questions to the applicant at that phase. So if the applicant is here, we'll hear closing comments from the applicant team.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Oland, and I am the Director of Non-Market Housing Development for the City of Vancouver. It is my great pleasure this afternoon to introduce you to Shane Ramsey, the Chief Executive Officer of BC Housing, who is going to be providing the applicants, on behalf of the applicant team, our closing comments to develop 129 social and supportive homes at West 8th and Arbutus.
Thank you, Heather. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Before I begin, I'd like to thank everyone who has taken the time to call or write about this important housing development. It obviously has been a challenging public hearing. This is the first time that I have spoken at a public hearing on a rezoning application for one of our proposed projects in more than 22 years as the CEO of BC Housing. I live in the downtown east side, across from Veterans Manor and the Evelyn Solar Center, and surrounded by more than 20 supportive housing developments within a 2 or 3 block radius. Every day, my dog Fred and I are in Crab Park and see firsthand the need for these type of housing options across the entire city. To me, this is about a crossroads we are facing as a society. Do we support this development? And not to put too fine a point on it, it will save the lives of our friends and neighbors by putting a safe, secure roof over their head. Or do we kick the can down the road in the name of NIMBY? Right project, wrong location. And that is largely based on fear, ignorance, and discrimination. This proposal is part of an MOU between BC Housing, CMHC, and the City of Vancouver to deliver more than 350 supportive housing units across 5 sites throughout the city. The proposed 129 units, as we've heard, will be split between 50% supportive housing and 50% affordable housing. There is a critical need for both supportive and affordable homes within every community of Vancouver. Over 2,000 people in our city are at risk or experiencing homelessness, and there is a severe housing shortage that will present considerable challenges as the city continues to grow. Just to put a flavor to it, in 2021, BC experienced a net in-migration of more than 100,000 people. It's the most that we've experienced in 60 years. We also have the war in the Ukraine and the additional migrants that will come to our province as part of being displaced by that war. And so it just will continue to add to the housing pressures that we see in our city. The proposal for mixed-use housing is the same model that was unanimously approved by Council in June for one of the other MOU sites at East King Ed and Knight Street in East Vancouver. This site was selected by the city to address the needs of the community. Homelessness and affordability are problems in all neighborhoods within Vancouver. People in need of affordable housing or experiencing homelessness live within each neighborhood, and some call Kitsilano home. This proposal helps them stay in their neighborhood by providing safe housing for them to live fulfilling lives. It is normal for supportive housing to be adjacent to schools and other typical neighborhood amenities. Over half of our supportive housing developments in British Columbia are within 500 meters of schools across the street or next door. These sites are able to integrate and operate successfully within those neighborhoods. BC Housing and its partners conducted extensive engagement for this proposal, including neighborhood dialogue sessions, multiple stakeholder meetings, and hosted a month-long public comment period. The community have also had the opportunity to ask questions by email and by phone. This was in addition to the virtual open house that the City of Vancouver hosted as part of their regulatory process. The proposed building has been thoughtfully and professionally designed for the population that it is being created for. Reducing the height, changing to family units, or any significant redesign would compromise the project, produce fewer homes, impact project cost, and jeopardize the ability to deliver this project. I was actually in chambers and monitoring the conversation yesterday, and I wanted to address the whole issue of use it or lose it. So this project is being developed under the Building BC Supportive Housing Fund that was put forward in Budget 2018. It was a 10-year, 2,500 unit program to develop supportive housing units across the province. This program has been substantially oversubscribed. Right now, we're at more than 3,800 units under the program that had a target of 2,500 units. So what I can say, if we don't proceed with this project, a number of speakers talked about that the city still owns the land, and that's absolutely true. And it could be considered under some future housing program or funding program that may be available. But in the short term, because of the stretching of those dollars, BC Housing would look at opportunities in other communities, including Vancouver, that have projects ready to go.
You need to provide a clear answer, yes or no.
Speaker, I'm just going to stop you there for a second. Thanks very much for your time. I understand that there is people in the gallery. I'm not there right now, but there are people in the gallery that are commenting. I will say that under our bylaws, the gallery is to remain quiet throughout the proceedings. I will ask the clerk to monitor this to make sure that we have a safe space for all that are speaking. So I'll ask the clerks again to let me know if there is speaking or comments or any gestures, and we'll continue to monitor that. So again, ask the gallery to please respect the speakers.
And just to put the capital contribution into context, the capital cost of this development is about $64 million. The annual operating costs are about $3 million a year. So you look at the 60-year commitment, that's about a $225 million commitment on behalf of largely the province, 100% on the operating, most of the capital from the province, and a small contribution from the from the federal government, and of course the land contributed and other fees and charges by the city. The proposed site is ideal as it is close to transit and the Broadway line extension, as well as community services. With the recent approval of the Broadway plan, this area will become more densified as the city continues to deal with rapid growth. There's been some comments about reducing the height. I've been involved in many projects, Broadway and Fraser in the city, on 9th Street, where we actually underbuilt social housing sites. That to me is not the right way to go. We should be taking advantage of those sites that the city brings forward to develop to the density that can be supported. And especially in an area like this, where it shouldn't be thinking about the development that is going to be there in 3 years, but the development that is going to be there in 30 or 40 or 50 years. It is imperative to dispel
Mayor,
this.
I have a point of order.
Yes?
Under 6.1 B, where it talks about directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons. The speaker referred to NIMBYs early in his remarks, which to me is a negative reflection on the character or of a person or group of persons. Will you please caution the speaker?
Thank you for the point of order. Speaker, I will say we're very appreciative of you being here today and explaining your position. We are under the procedural bylaws. We're not to question the integrity of folks through the process. So just continue with that in mind. It'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It is imperative to dispel the stereotypes that we have heard through this hearing and to stress that not all tenants will have mental health and addiction concerns. BC Housing takes a housing first approach. Housing is needed for individuals to feel safe before they can start to rebuild their lives. This is a process used throughout the province, is successful, and meets people where they are at to provide them with the housing and supports they need. This is an equitable process, and we will not impose processes that provide additional barriers. All tenants will be supported by staff who will work with them to provide an individualized case management plan. MPA has been selected as the operator through a competitive RFP process. They have spent more than 50 years breaking down stigma and fear related to mental health and those facing homelessness. This process has unfortunately shown that more work is needed. The proposed site is located only blocks from MPA's Resource Center, which provides additional supports. MPA is the only homeless outreach program in the west side of Vancouver, and there is a distinct lack of housing for those that wish to stay in the neighborhood. A comprehensive tenanting plan in partnership with BC Housing will be completed for the supportive housing component, coordinated access and assessment, and use of the vulnerability assessment tool. Both thorough and thoughtful processes will be used. This will help to ensure that we have the appropriate mix of tenants within the building with the right amount of services. This will be an all-gender building for individuals, but because we know that Indigenous people are overrepresented in the homeless population, this will almost certainly provide homes to a significant portion of Indigenous folks. And to me, it's a meaningful and right step in our process towards reconciliation. I wanted to speak a little bit about the congregate versus the scattered site model that Dr. Summers spoke to. MPA was a participant in the 2014 at-home Chez Soi study and have seen that both congregate and scattered housing models are successful. MPA is the largest operator of scattered model units in the province and also operates many congregate housing sites. Both are vital programs that have demonstrated positive outcomes. And just to give you some sense, right now in British Columbia, we have more than 6,000 scattered site options with supports. Budget 2022 added an additional 3,000 scattered sites with wraparound services. Scattered sites are by far the largest number of supportive housing units that we have put in place in the last 5 years. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the studies. Dr. Summers spoke about the at-home Chez Soi study. We've done third-party studies, And our results across dozens of supportive housing, congregate supportive housing developments, 94% of residents remained housed after 6 months of moving in. 82% of residents reported positive interactions with neighbors. 56% reported physical health improvements. 44% improved mental health with fewer hospitalizations. That was all within the first 6 months. And of course, as we add more buildings and do more time analysis, we'll be updating all of that work. We are committed to working with neighbors and community stakeholders to ensure the program is successful. There will be a community advisory committee formed which helps to integrate the building into the neighborhood and generally forms a couple months prior to the opening of the building. We do this with every supportive housing project that we develop across the province. MPA and BC Housing will continue to engage with the community if the project is passed and be available to meet and answer any additional questions. In closing, doing nothing is not an option for BC Housing. Council wanted all three levels of government to work together on solutions for this crisis, which we are doing here with this proposal and the MOU. We are facing a homeless crisis in Vancouver, and we need new supportive and affordable housing more than ever. We have a moral and ethical obligation to support this desperately needed housing and the homes it will offer to the people who live there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And closing comments? Staff, do you have any closing comments?
Yes, I do.
Thanks. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Chi Chan, rezoning planner for this application. Staff want to acknowledge all the time that all the speakers have taken to speak during this public hearing. The application before you would create 129 new homes, 50% of which are to meet the critical needs of people experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness, and 50% of those are for people earning very low incomes. So approximately 65 of these are supportive housing, and that is comparable to many purpose-built and temporary supportive housing projects across the city, with the median size of the 55 permanent supportive housing projects in the city being 80 units. The homes in this proposal have senior government funding for capital and operations for 24/7 staff to support tenant needs. The MOU with BC Housing seeks to create a minimum of 300 units. So 5 city-owned sites were identified for this initiative, and all of these are at various stages of the development process. 4 of the 5 are on the east side of the city, with City Council having just approved the first one at Knight and King Ed. We have heard from speakers about the consultation process in this application. Prior to this application, the applicant held a voluntary pre-app public engagement process and heard directly from community members through the phone, by a designated community liaison, through emails to BC Housing's Let's Talk Housing platform, and through various meetings with stakeholder groups and groups in the community. They heard about the building size, height, supportive services, and a preference for women only, women-led families, or senior housing. During the rezoning application process, the city conducted its 3-week virtual open house and provided opportunities for comment for approximately 5 months through our Shape the City platform, and held meetings with stakeholder groups to provide information and clarification about the project and to receive their concerns. The city has received over 1,700 pieces of correspondence prior to referral, and that feedback was considered by BC Housing and staff. Notwithstanding the opposition from some in the local area, the applicant has chosen to proceed with the application as shown because of the urgent need to bring adults experiencing homelessness indoors in safe, secure, and affordable homes with the necessary services in place to save lives. The applicant has also maintained the current building size because it optimizes the development potential of the site in consideration of the current and future contexts of the Broadway plan. Regarding future tenants, the greatest need among those people experiencing homelessness is for single individuals. Couples and family members would have their own units should they want to live in the same building, and so that each person has the security of their own unit should their relationship break down. The tenanting process would be coordinated by what has become standard practice called coordinated access, which includes experienced housing professionals from BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, the city's outreach services, and nonprofit operator assessing applications and making tenant referrals. The Vulnerability Assessment Tool, or VAT, would also be used, as is standard practice, to understand the unique needs of every individual to ensure that the operator has adequate programs, services, and funding available at the building. As you've already heard, the level of staffing and services to the building have not been finalized at this stage. Subject to the approval of the rezoning application, BC Housing and the operator would continue their contract negotiations to ensure that the services provided by the nonprofit are sufficient and adequate for the needs of the residents. BC Housing and the city both have a strong track record of providing purpose-built supportive housing. From 2010 to 2014, there were 13 sites developed across the city. Lessons learned from this experience were incorporated into the delivery of the 700 units of temporary modular housing from 2018 to 2021 and into the permanent modular housing being proposed. There are processes in place with BC Housing, building operators, partnerships with other agencies and the city to respond to specific building-related issues. The community can liaise with the partners on issues as well as through the Community Advisory Committee. The CAC consists of representatives from the neighbors, schools, business, and other key stakeholders in the community. So the approach that Vancouver is taking for housing is for the city, housing providers, BC Housing, Coastal Health, and other community partners to work together to ensure that supportive housing is successfully integrated into the community. We know that residents have better access to services when housed than when they are unhoused. People need homes to begin their journey to wellness, and providing homes with supports is part of that solution. The city has a number of models of supportive housing across the city and understand that residents need agency and choice in their own housing. This application proposes one model that is successful. We've received questions from Council regarding the building size, inclusion of families with children, and levels of affordability. Please note that these changes would substantially change the application and are not in line with the commitments of the MOU to expeditiously take collective action to address the urgent homeless crisis or to house adult individuals experiencing homelessness. Should Council pursue these changes, Council may reject the current application or refer the application back to staff to work with the applicant. Note, as referring this back to staff would delay the project, it may put the funding dedicated to these units at risk. These are self-contained units with kitchens and bathrooms. They're for seniors, men, women, people with gender diverse identities, and different health and accessibility needs. Council asked what proposal could come forward should Council refuse this application. First, a similar application for a social housing building of this size could not be considered until after 12 months, as per the zoning and development bylaw. However, this can be waived in extraordinary circumstances. The area around the Arbutus station is anticipated to redevelop into a vibrant, high-density, mixed-use neighborhood center. Under the Broadway plan for this site, tower forms up to 20 stories in height or 200 feet can be considered for residential building, subject to urban design and solar access requirements. Noting, exceptions to the solar access policies can be considered on a case-by-case basis for 100% social housing. Sites to the south along Broadway and next to the Arbutus SkyTrain station can be considered for up to 30 stories for secured rental buildings. After working with the applicant team to respond to the unique site context and constraints, staff assessment is that the revised proposal and the conditions in Appendix B, as presented in this public hearing, represent an appropriate balance of varying objectives, including urban design performance, solar access, while also delivering deeply affordable housing at a strategically located city-owned site. Should Council approve the rezoning, staff will continue to work with the applicant to refine the design through a fulsome development permit process, which includes additional review by the Urban Design Panel and opportunities for further public input. The proposed social housing development will generate very few vehicle trips, and the development will have little to no impact on the existing transportation network. Because of this, we would not recommend that Council tie any potential off-site transportation upgrades to this development. The school across the street and the development site are well situated with great transportation access, and like other comparable locations in the city, we expect to see an overall reduction in vehicle trips on Arbutus Street with the completion of the subway connection, as many vehicle trips will be replaced by transit. Staff appreciate the interest in the community in transportation safety. In particular, we heard concerns about the Arbutus and 7th intersection. The concerns we heard are mostly related to children crossing the street to get to school, and again, would not be exacerbated by this development. Prioritization for limited signal funding upgrades in the city is based on need, and then this location does not currently rank at the top of that list. Staff have connected with the school about a school crossing guard program to help children cross the street, which would be appropriate for this location. Finally, we heard concerns about emergency vehicle access to the site. Staff have reviewed the issue and have no concerns about emergency vehicle access. Emergency vehicles, they choose the safest and most direct route available to the site. Like any other street in the city, emergency vehicles will safely cross into oncoming traffic if they encounter congestion. This is normal practice for emergency vehicles. In the event that they need to use 7th Avenue, there is sufficient width to accommodate both emergency vehicles and people cycling. That concludes staff comments. Thank you for listening. Staff are available to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for your comments, feedback, and closing remarks. We do have 3 councillors on the queue for questions. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. Mayor Stewart, just before I ask any questions, can I ask a point of procedure?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Maybe my time could be stopped for that.
Yep.
My point of procedure is, are we planning to break from 5 to 6 p.m. because I have parenting responsibilities? I'd just like to know.
Well, that is the current schedule. If we're going to extend past 5 o'clock, we would need to have a motion to extend. If we don't, we'll return at 6.
Can I just move a motion now that we would break at 5 to 6 p.m.?
Well, that's the way it is right now, so we don't need a motion.
All right. Well, I'm just sharing that's my situation. And I'm just wondering, Mayor, I had sent in some questions, and I was wondering if staff were going to be responding to the questions that were sent in by council. I understood that there was going to be a response to those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. We are just finishing up that document. It should be in your email box in about 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll take myself off the question list for now, and then I will put myself back on, but I wasn't sure another point of procedure if all of those answers had to be given in public, Mayor Stewart, but maybe you could answer that for me.
I believe
I received them in my email box.
Yeah, staff, how does that work? Or clerks, maybe that works again, is that this will be posted on the public site? Is that how that works?
Thanks so much. I'll just take myself off the queue to be more efficient and see if those answers come through. Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes. Questions to staff. You're on mute, I think.
Yes. Thank you. Is there a deal in place or an understanding in place to construct this project?
I don't understand.
Is there a deal in place to build the building? I'm asking staff if they're aware if there is a deal in place with a specific builder to build this particular building.
Oh, okay.
So staff has proceeded in accordance with the MOU signed, and that's why the zoning case is before you today, and would follow up with the DP. But yes, in accordance with the MOU, yes.
Okay, so that if there was any discussion about creating a different form at this location, it would impact the deal that's in place or the MOU that's in place with the builder.
Yes, it would. Oh, there's no deal with the builder.
Okay.
I want to make sure that I'm really understanding your question, Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah.
When you
So
refer
we're
to
we're
builder?
approving here a rezoning to build a building. And with the building has been designed, we've seen the design of the building. And there is an MOU in place with BC Housing. And the question that I have, just as there is an entity that has been selected to operate the building, is there an entity that has been contracted or has an understanding that they will be building this building?
Councillor, our understanding is that that the construction contract would need to go to tender.
So there wasn't any specific building technology associated with this particular development? As this is not just, so please answer the question.
There's a procurement process that would have to be led and conducted. But to our knowledge, there is no
particular vendor that has been discussed in connection with developing this property.
not with city staff.
Are city staff aware of this as part of their discussions around this site and the MOU? For the record.
There was a procurement process to develop the application process to make sure that we had they had a viable form of development proposal to come forward, but not for construction.
Okay, is it not true that we could have, without rezoning this property, built up to 6 stories at this site already?
All property within the city can develop under a DP without coming forward for rezoning. That's correct.
And so was it considered that, as is being discussed now, that a different form of development could have been undertaken on this property without this particular configuration? And I would suggest that that's tied back to the building technology as well.
I don't know that I'd necessarily agree with that tied back to building technology, but anyone can develop any property under existing zoning.
Okay, so again, we could develop this property tomorrow under the existing zoning through a development permit and achieve the kinds of alternatives that have been discussed over the course of this public hearing.
I don't know if I would agree with your conclusions, but we could a building could be built under existing zoning
through a development permit without a rezoning process.
I beg your pardon? I'm sorry.
So without going through a rezoning process. So was there ever a discussion between the city staff and BC Housing on building within the existing zoning, or was it only considered under a rezoning?
Only through rezoning. As the Broadway plan indicates, this site is appropriate for 20 stories. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Before I move on to Councillor Dominato, I am going to again caution the gallery. It is distracting if folks are chatting or clapping. So I just ask you to refrain from that action. And we'll move on to Councillor Dominato for up to 5 minutes. Questions to staff.
Thanks, Mayor. And just a quick question: are we able to ask questions to the applicant?
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you. Just staff, could you just clarify? We sent a series of questions in on July 19th, and I heard some of them addressed in the presentation, but not all of them. Is that forthcoming? It'll be in writing, but not verbally?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, that memo is coming to your inbox very shortly with all the questions received since July 19th up to even last night.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm just wondering, and I appreciate I can't ask this question of the applicant right now, but I did attempt to ask last time, and I'll ask our staff, is that there is a non-market supportive housing building in the city that has a full-time manager, full-time assistant manager 7 days a week, as well as frontline staff of 10.4 FTE, support staff, and 11.25 security maintenance staff, 24-hour on-site, as well as at the lobby. And I'm curious if we could get some sense, because there's been a lot of questions arising out of what supports will be in place or could be in place if this is supported in terms of the supportive housing. And I think you may have sensed some frustration from residents and the public, and I think it's been around access and ease to information. And so can we get a better sense of what to expect in terms of both on-site services, off-site outreach, and the actual number of FTEs that might be in place to support residents of varying needs, because not every resident says they're going to need supports, but we have any further context offered?
Celine Mobles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. We know that there will be the minimum 24/7 to 24/7 staff on site. We also know that throughout the day, depending on other programs and services, those numbers of staff coming in to work with tenants will grow. We don't have the final staffing component subject to council approval of this rezoning application and proceeding through closer through the development permit and occupancy. That operating agreement with BC Housing between BC Housing and MPA would be finalized. With that would be an OMP that would clearly spell out the programs and services, approach, mandate, and staffing model of MPA that would be shared with community.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then could staff comment on the feasibility of it's been raised a number of times that this is a partnership. It's city-owned land. The city is a partner with BC Housing, BCH, the province in this work, of council identifying requirements within the ground lease agreement between the city and BC Housing, as well as terms and conditions within the housing agreement. Is that within the purview of City Council to give direction on this?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Could we get further comment on, I heard earlier that if we were to suggest any changes to the, it's within the purview of the city to change the tenure, but not necessarily the physical, if we want 1 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms, that basically by default would then require it going back to staff and another public hearing if we wanted to see.
Correct. That would be a significant redesign that would require further due diligence and investment in a new program, and is not in accordance with the current MOU that we have with BC Housing and CMHC.
Is it within the realm of possibility for this housing to include dedicated units for youth aging out of care? Often it's been talked about that this would target singles, particularly individuals who are vulnerable. Some of the highest risk individuals are young people aging out of care in the province. And could that be explored in terms of, let's say, 10 units dedicated that would be furnished and support youth aging out of care?
Yes, definitely. I definitely think that's something we could explore with BC Housing and MPA. Yep.
I'm running out of time here. I may ask for a second round of questions, Mayor. Thanks.
Asking for a second round of questions?
Yes.
Okay, I have a seconder for that?
Second.
Second.
Right.
Okay, all in favor, yay?
Yay.
Any opposed? None. Okay, thanks. Just 25 seconds. Oh, okay. Are you off the queue, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, I'll pause on my questions there. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Councillor Fry, first round still. Up to 5.
Sure, Mayor. And I'm actually wondering if I can ask a point of procedure through you. I suppose
Sure.
I think I heard Chi Chan say that we would be getting answers to our various questions in our inbox, and I'm wondering if it's permissible to ask these questions now anyway, as for the public record, or
Absolutely. You can ask any questions you like as staff at this point on this project.
Sure. I'll also, well, and with that said, I do want to note that there's only 2 other questions on the queue after me, and that would kind of, if we run out of questions and we haven't received the answers back, and it may
Sure,
seem...
we can always recess if folks need to read things. I mean, there's no,
Okay.
we've
Right.
got lots of time here tonight, so.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. Okay, so I'm going to start off
Mayor,
with...
Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. Can I ask a point of procedure at this point also?
Yes, you can. I'll stop. Right.
I'm just wondering if you can clarify for us. I know that we're getting the answers back in written form, but in past hearings we have actually that have had high public interest or a lot of questions, they've actually been read into the record. So rather than ad hoc individual councillors asking them, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to have them actually read out for the benefit of both the public and council.
At this point, we are through this staff comment section, so we are just in the question and then debate section. I suggest perhaps we just wait for. I imagine the list is quite long, so right now I would just direct councillors to ask their questions, and then we have a second round coming, so perhaps we can have clarification from the clerk and the staff a little later on in the process.
May I ask one quick clarification follow-up on that?
Sure.
If council haven't received them yet, and they will shortly, how and when will they be posted for the public? And I'm asking that question in terms of the validity of the public hearing to ensure that all the information is made available and transparent to all parties.
Yes, so just how the process works, once the speakers list is closed and the public comments, receipt of public comments is closed, then it's in council's hands. And I'll just, the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think at this point there's an obligation to post these questions because the council is the public portion of this is over. Of course, the public are viewing and listening, but it's really the domain of council right now. However, staff may, although I don't think they're required to do this at this point, they may still post the answers to these council questions, and maybe that can also be answered later on in the proceedings. Just exactly what will happen with those written replies. So if you'll just indulge me, we'll continue with Councillor Fry and then get back to you with those answers.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And I do appreciate that we've been burning the midnight oil and working pretty hard. So I know our staff have been pretty overwhelmed with a lot of this stuff too. So I'm going to recognize that. So earlier in this public hearing, the Kitsilano Coalition presented a suggestion that under the site's current RM4 zoning, a 6-story capable of housing 140 plus people could be built as of right without the need for a public hearing. Is that an accurate representation? Could this site and FSR support that number of units? And would it be able to proceed without any kind of public hearing?
Thanks very much for the question, Derek Robinson, Development Planner. So the existing RM4 zoning permits consideration of 100% social housing developments up to 3 FSR and 65 feet in height. And so using the proposed 320 square foot modular unit type, which is intended to house one person per unit, it's estimated that approximately 70 to 90 units may be accommodated within a 6-story RM4 form. To be built within the 65-foot maximum height limit, the applicant could likely only achieve 5 stories using the proposed modular construction method due to the increased height required for each floor. However, 6 stories could be achieved using typical wood frame construction. So staff have not completed a detailed analysis of how many units or residents could be accommodated with a mix of unit types, for example, including 1 and 2 bedroom units. If the applicant proposed a 6-story building that complied with the RM4 zoning, it would not require council approval through a public hearing. However, it still would require the Development Permit Board approval, which is structured similar to a public hearing in the sense that residents are invited to register and speak to the board for up to 5 minutes. And so in this case, though, the applicant, of course, has applied for a CD1 rezoning proposing additional height and density to take advantage of this strategically located city-owned site. And so staff are recommending support of the revised proposal, including the conditions in Appendix B, as an appropriate urban design response to the existing and anticipated future context.
No, I appreciate that clarity. And I wanted to get that on the record because it was brought up to us. Second question, and I'd circulated this last month, actually. And looking at the context around the Reederman residences, which of course is the 78 units of supportive housing across the street from Sir Wilfrid Laurier Elementary School in Marple, and we know that's been reasonably successful. And in my research, I found the letter from Gil Kelly in November of 2017 that outlined conditions of approval at DP. And I extrapolated and sent them to staff. Are those the sort of things that we can actually add as considerations to this approval? Should it go forward? So to paraphrase, working with BC Housing to prepare an operations management plan, which I heard from Shane Ramsey kind of already, and really sort of working together on issues around tenanting and getting a CAC and getting a PAC involved with the CAC and all those kind of pieces.
Yeah, those are Celine Mobless, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. Those are standard conditions typically that we work towards as a condition of the development permit towards occupancy. But yes, that's certainly something that council could direct staff to do.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Celine. I'm gonna make some space for others right now then, and come back later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. In response to Councillor Kirby-Young, the Q&As will be posted on the public site and they'll be sent to the staff. The clerks will post it, but they'll appear in a few minutes. Sorry, I'll stop your timer there. Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes for questions to staff.
Great, thank you. My first question has to do with changing room configuration. I did send a question into staff on this. So I'm just asking for verification that we can't change room configuration, but could that happen in a later stage after the process of staff working with the applicant to deliver housing that meets sort of best practices for the community?
I think through urban design context, that could be done as we work through the DP stage, but the MOU and the current application before you is for studios for single individuals. That is the MOU, the funding stream, and the funding commitment that was dedicated to this project. So a change in unit mix would add significant cost to the project in terms of that redesign and potentially impact the delivery of that project.
Okay, I sent another question in that talked about adequate space on site in order to provide a very wide range of tenant support services. My understanding is that every tenant, and just maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but every tenant would have an individual plan for support. So in terms of the services, we saw a few in terms of the project that were outlined, but could council actually require or ask that the arrangement of space within the building accommodate the full range of services, support services needed to enact the individual support plans for the tenants?
You are correct. Each individual tenant would have a case management plan. The MPA, as the operator, is providing input in terms of the design and the layout and the amenity and other spaces that they need in the building. So there is input in terms of ensuring that the space is there to support tenants and the programs that they need. It's definitely something, if council would ask staff to explore that further with BC Housing, we could certainly take that back, recognizing that flexibility and wanting to ensure that the spaces are flexible enough to provide a variety of services and programs to tenants would be ideal. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did send in some wording and you've responded back to that, so I'll thank you for that response. Appreciate that. In terms of another issue that was raised by a number of the speakers, safety of the road, especially 7th and Arbutus, I asked a question about whether there could be a whether there could be a traffic light, or pedestrian controlled. I mean, what is the range of council's power in terms of directing something like that?
Thank you for the question. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Council could definitely direct staff to make improvements to that intersection. Our current programs are based on need. We do technical assessments of a number of factors, from how easy it is to cross the streets and who's crossing the streets. So is it seniors, is it children? All of these kind of things when we assess where to prioritize our signal funding or our safety funding. But yes, council could direct staff to make improvements here. We would also, we have been in discussion with the school across the street for a number of years since their development permit several years ago, but also in 2019 with the beginning of the Broadway subway project. So we've been talking to them about that intersection and potential improvements.
And would that also follow suit for another question that was raised by a number of the speakers, a raised sort of, I guess, a raised pedestrian sidewalk, or not sidewalk, but passage through the street?
Yeah, we install speed humps on streets typically that have speeding issues. We could continue to look at that around the school or around the development site. In terms of a raised intersection, a raised crosswalk on Arbutus itself, we would want to talk to emergency services before we moved ahead with that to be sure it worked for their emergency response. One of the risks of installing vertical measures on a street is just being sure that it works with emergency response routes.
Okay, but that's something you could explore or are planning to explore.
Definitely, it's something we can continue to look at.
Okay, that's great. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young of the 5.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to follow up on the question that Councillor Fry asked, which was mine, and that was with respect to the dialogue that happened with some of our speakers around the current use of the site. And I just want to be really clear because I sent a question into staff along those lines also and received a response that says, and I quote, the council would have two options: vote against the project, refer it back to staff. Both will require significant amendments to the project and would trigger a new application and new public hearing. But then I just heard staff say verbally here in the course of this dialogue that it would go to DP and would not, if it was built within the existing zoning, would not necessarily trigger a new public hearing. So can I get clarification on that?
Thank you for the question. I think there's two different processes, right? One is if this zoning case did not move forward, and the applicant and the Baja decided to bring a 6-story, something that developed within the existing zoning, that would go through a DP process. And there would be public notification for that.
Okay.
However, if this process goes forward, it's the application approved by the council still, when it gets to DP, still will go through a DP process.
But not through council and not a new reason.
Well, the council always approves form of development for DPs, but it's.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear because I work this conflictual information and I'm trying to clarify this for everybody. My next question is with respect to when was this application submitted and how long has this rezoning process taken?
Thank you for the question. This application was submitted on October 4th, 2021. So it's approximately eight months to public hearing, or 8 months to referral, excuse me.
Okay. But conceivably, again, the applicant could have used the existing site. The comment was made, and I want to better understand this from staff, that, and again, I'm just trying to tease out so that everybody has sort of a consistent understanding, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, but it's just said by staff that pursuing the rezoning was to allow the applicant to take advantage of the new Broadway plan zoning. And yet staff also said they hadn't done an analysis of the existing site. So we don't know necessarily whether or not this is yielding more units. So can you expand on the comment around what taking advantage of the zoning or the additional height is, other than modular building? Is there more to that?
Thank you for the question. So staff did a very preliminary analysis of a 6-story form, but just for studio units. And as you heard Derek said, that may yield somewhere between 70 to 90 units of studio units. We heard presentations yesterday about a different 6-story form that incorporated 1 and 2 bedroom mixes, and that wasn't in, staff have not done that analysis. Now, with respect to maximizing development potential on the site, so staff recognize it's a 13-story building. It's the first one in, but as per the Broadway plan, with 20 to 30-story buildings dotted around the subway station, this neighborhood center, it will be small. It could potentially be small or fit in with the future context.
I'm going to keep going for time. The other question that I have is whether or not, because we can't ask questions to the applicant at this point, which is unfortunate, but when our staff have had dialogue and engagement, because I think that we are a turning moment in time with respects to how we fulfill on the dual responsibilities of providing much needed housing, but recognizing the increasing prevalence of needed social and health and wellness, addictions, mental health support. So have staff had any meaningful conversation with BCH about exploring an opportunity to pilot an enhanced supportive team model, like what that might look like in terms of having staff that have diverse skill sets above and beyond the traditional, so social, educational, vocational, addictions, and so on?
Thank you. Yes, we are always open to exploring those partnerships and opportunities with Vancouver Coastal Health, other service providers, and going forward, obviously, the good and strong relationships that MPAA has with other providers in the neighborhood all of those would be explored as we got closer to or perhaps they're being explored now, but definitely as we got closer to occupancy, those would be more firmed up.
Okay, and what have we learned from the engagement process when we have comments where people feel shut down or they feel they haven't been able to engage with their called NIMBYs? What would we do differently?
With just 5 seconds left, so maybe we can leave that for your next round, Councillor Kirby-Young. We're going to go to Councillor Bly next.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So I just have a couple of follow-up questions for our staff. And the first is related to there were many references from speakers throughout these many days around Marguerite Ford, and I heard from staff initially that there were some sort of core lessons learned that have been taken forward into this consideration of this application. I wonder if in bullet point, hopefully, you could just sort of itemize what some of those lessons learned are that we could look for in this application.
I think the two main things, I think the use of the VAT actually grew out of that building and the way that it was tenanted. So learning to ensure that we have good understanding of the tenants, what their needs are, and ensuring that the supports are in place to support the tenants. I also think in terms of building design, that building was initially at rezoning was not envisioned for supportive housing, and ultimately it was used as supportive housing. So there were some design considerations in terms of how to ensure the building can be well managed. So both from a design and kind of a tenanting and operational approach, there were some lessons learned, definitely.
Okay. Could you just remind me, is Marguerite Ford both supportive and social housing, or is just supportive?
Supportive.
Just supportive. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Moving on, question perhaps to Teresa O'Donnell in relationship to what's outlined in the conditions of approval. There is a number of conditions and with your sort of under your authority after this rezoning where you're going to be able to guide and influence built form. So based on what we just heard from Celine, I wonder if you can speak to, because we heard a lot about built form, that it sort of looks sort of institutional, let's say, or it looks unwelcoming. And I see a lot in the conditions of approval consideration that the building is to look like it belongs in the neighborhood, that it's warm, it's open, it's welcoming, and all of those things. So there's a bit of a disconnect there in terms of what we are being asked to consider today and what that outcome could look like.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Derek to help me with this response, because we do want to improve the neighborliness of the building. Okay. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks so much, Derek Robinson, Development Planner. So yes, there are a number of conditions to sort of substantively enhance.
And I do have one more very important question, so if you could just keep it as much as you can to bullet point, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, there are conditions to substantively enhance the architectural expression as well as the public realm. These are typical, design development improvements that we would seek through a development permit process. And so through a fulsome DP process, this would return to the urban design panel. There'd be opportunities for further public input. And so that's where we really dig down into details around materiality, the experience as you walk by the buildings, landscape details, just more detailed elements. So that is typical, and we are confident that we can achieve those things through these conditions.
Okay.
And that form of development does come back to the council for final approval.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay, I'll have a follow-up question on that in just a moment. I actually just want to touch on hearing from BC Housing CEO Shane Ramsey around what I heard was there was a reference to that there's 5 sites connected to the MOU. And I'm curious, what I'm seeing in this is sort of an absence of the big picture planning, which I understand is not appropriate for a rezoning, but I wonder if we could have any context in terms of where those 5 sites are.
Sandra, can you come
how this fits in?
Talk about those 5 different, right, and what how they're distributed?
We've identified 300 units, but it's the first I've heard reference of 5 sites.
Hi there, Lisa Jimenez, social planner, ACCS. There are 5 sites at various stages of the development process, and 4 applications are in for city consideration.
Are we allowed to know where they are?
Sure, everybody else does. They're at Renfrew, 2930 Renfrew, Grandview, and Copley, 1925 Southeast Marine Drive, the King Ed one that was just approved last month, and this one.
So I got Renfrew, Grandview, Southeast Marine Drive, or is it Southwest Marine Drive?
Southeast Marine Drive.
Southeast, and this one that's 4.
Renfrew has been announced and has not come in yet.
Okay. So I'm missing one, sorry. Renfrew, the one on Grandview?
I'm being told King Edward is the
And
one that
King
you
Edward.
yeah,
Oh,
the
sorry,
one
the
that's
one
been
we've already
approved last month.
Yes, okay, fair enough, okay.
Thanks, Brent. The 5 minutes.
Okay, that's great, thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm just making sure everybody has a first round of questions. So we have Councillor Weeb has not been had a first round, so we'll give the floor to Councillor Weeb. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Questions to staff.
Yeah, most of my questions have been asked. One of the ones on unit mix and size, we've heard that there could be a need for family units, couple size units. However, it doesn't meet the MOU, which is just to put 300 units. Can you speak to what the benefit is for us to approve just focused on the single units instead of trying to reflect the needs assessment of the population in Kitsilano that might be dealing with homelessness?
I just want to reiterate the importance of family housing, and we are working on other projects to deliver family housing in other parts of the city in partnership with BC Housing and nonprofits. For the MOU sites, they were targeted to studios or single individuals, up to 300 units as per the MOU. The funding stream through BC Housing was for those studio units, and hence the application that you have before you today.
I guess my question is, what was the data set you used to determine that 300 studio units would be the best use of that funding, recognizing it doesn't meet the need we currently have of our homeless population?
We do have predominantly singles that we witness out in our homeless counts. Again, not to diminish the need for housing for couples and families, but based on the findings of the homeless count, studios for singles were deemed to be the utmost need, and the minimum of 300 units was what we were able to secure in terms of a funding commitment and able to deliver potentially on the sites that have been identified by the city.
Okay. Next, recognizing we have a significant amount of our homeless population that normally would like culturally aware, trauma kind of informed housing, what type of culturally sensitive or attributes we delivered in this housing to make sure that it feels welcoming for the majority of our homeless population?
We really look to our nonprofit operators to bring that expertise, those skills, and staff and programs, ensuring that they're meeting the needs of individual tenants. So we really look to our operators to bring those programs and that expertise.
Okay. Recognize we also have a higher population of people dealing with temporary or permanent disabilities. Can you speak to the amount of units that will be fully accessible, and how many units do we think can be adaptive? And is that something that the proponents going to look at as they bring in the mix of clientele?
5% of the units are fully accessible, and all of them are adaptable.
Okay. Recognizing the population, is that something that we've looked at for social housing projects to increase that number beyond our minimum?
I think it's something certainly we're exploring also in particular in supportive housing as our population is aging. There are more mobility challenges. So I think that's something with BC Housing and our own non-market housing and delivery, we are constantly looking at how we can improve access for those in need.
Okay. And then recognizing some of the comments from some of the nearby stakeholders, I didn't hear a lot from staff on addressing some of the concerns of the neighbors. Can you speak to a little bit more of what elements we might see in the next phase that could support some of the concerns of residents as well as some of the stakeholder organizations that are within a block.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
There's direct concerns we've heard from the neighbors next door talking about absent space. We've talked about other groups that had specific concerns. And I'm wondering, I didn't hear in the staff comments, kind of how we expect to address some of those concerns moving forward, recognizing that we have heard loud and clear that there are concerns that need to be addressed through this.
We definitely take the concerns around safety of all residents, including the future tenants that will be living in this building, very seriously. This is a housing first approach in that we are wanting to reduce barriers to welcome people to come inside and begin that healing journey. With MPA and the experience that they bring to this building as they have doing their other both congregate and scattered sites across the city, looking to support those individual clients through the Community Advisory Committee. Again, that's working with neighbors to ensure that the project is well integrated. The Operations Management Plan provides the neighbors with more clarity on the specific programs and staffing components and where to direct their calls should they have any questions. So as should council approve this application, as we get closer to occupancy, we would look to continue building those relationships with neighbors to address any of those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
We have Councillor Boyle and Councillor Dejanova still have the questions from the first round. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thank you, staff. I have questions. Well, I'll just start with them. I'm wanting to get a clearer sense. I heard staff speak to this a bit. I heard the applicant speak to it, but I just want us to be as crystal clear as we can be. If there were amendments to limit who the tenants could be in this building, around, as we've heard, maybe abstinence or a dry building, is staff's understanding that that would potentially put the funding of the project at risk?
This housing, it's to be supportive housing and social housing for people that are living in poverty and need of a deeply affordable housing. So I think it's meeting a diversity of needs in the neighborhood. And I would our staff's professional opinion is to not limit the types of tenants that could move into this building, just recognizing the need that we're trying to meet in the neighborhood, and really to ensure that we have those good mechanisms in place to work with the operator to respond with any issues should they arise in the neighborhood. But keeping it open to a diverse array of tenants would likely best serve and allow the operator to ensure a good mix in the building.
Okay, and that's what our MOU with the province is based on, an expectation of housing sites across the city that are meeting that greatest need?
Correct. The housing is targeted to people that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, so those are pretty broad categories.
Okay. My other related question is if there was an amendment to reduce the number of units in the building, is staff's perception that that would put the funding for the proposal at risk?
I think the proposal that the application they have before you comes through thorough review of staff, and it is our recommendation in terms of what's for consideration. We do have an MOU for up to 300 units. If they were not achieved on this site, we would hopefully look to potentially see if we could achieve them on other sites. But the recommendation before you is what we feel can be supported in terms of the building and form of development.
Okay. And I submitted a question to staff asking about adding back the 11 units that have been reduced, and the response, you can respond, but the response was that would be different from what's being proposed to us, and a substantial enough change that it isn't recommended. And I guess I'm wondering on the flip side, if council were to reduce the number of units, would that be a similar situation than what we're passing is not the proposal that the public got a chance to engage on?
Thank you for the question. Yes, for both reasons, like staff arrived at this number because of what could be supported on site. Reducing the units would also affect the delivery of the number of units per the MOU, in the same way that the increase would.
Yes, we would consider that a substantial change, and we would send it back. And much like the application this morning, we heard of project viability. Now, of course, public funding doesn't have the sensitivity of those triggers, but if there was a significant reduction there, it could certainly affect the project viability.
Okay, and maybe if and when there are amendments around tenant mix, I'll ask again if that similarly puts us in a situation where it might actually not make the project go through. But for now, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, going to Councillor Dejanova, who is first round of questions.
Thanks so much. I did have a question, and it was based on one of the speakers from Sancta Maria was speaking about. I was wondering if staff could share what the vacancy rate and accessibility currently is for families. That includes parents with children who are looking to find supportive and or transitional housing after getting their children out of care and completing programs such as substance abuse programs and addictions programs, or if they have been if they have complex care needs and they've been in treatment for that.
Councillor, we don't have that information, but we could get back to you on that.
Okay, that would be great. Also, in the answers to the question that I had on consultation with the Vancouver Police Department, I appreciate that staff has now sent over all of the responses to our questions, but it says that you have consulted the VPD on this project, but they don't normally give feedback. So if you consulted the VPD, did they refuse to give feedback, or did they give feedback on this specific project? And if so, what was that feedback?
Hi, hi, Lisa Jimenez, ACCS social planner. We had several conversations with the VPD about the project, and they listened, and we talked about other supportive housing and what the model will be similar to in terms of temporary modular, and what kind of services and things like that.
Okay, and did they speak at all about resources? Because that's what the question was about that I had sent in. Was there any concern about resources? We've even heard from the housing minister sort of in conversations or in the media saying that there's a spike in police calls for the first 6 months. Did the VPD have anything to say about this at all?
In the conversations that I was part of, the conversation about resources did not come up.
Okay, so the VPD mentioned nothing about resources, but were they asked if there would be an increase in resources by staff?
They did not ask, and they did not. We did not talk about resources of the VPD or their funding.
And our staff didn't ask this question, is that correct?
Well, the operators of supportive housing work closely with VPD to promote community safety, and so typically VPD don't provide formal responses on supportive social rental or any other type of housing proposed in a development project.
But if you had conversations with them, I wonder, were they reluctant to provide response, or?
We shared information with the VPD about the proposal and timelines.
Okay, all right. And wondering if there was any specific consultation between our staff and either the staff or the leadership at Sancta Maria?
Yes, there were conversations with the Sancta Maria and staff.
And can you share those conversations with us? I didn't see that in the answers to the questions coming back either.
Do you want to do this one?
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova, for the question. Chi Chan, rezoning planner. So at the pre-application stage, the applicant consulted directly with Sancta Maria House, and then during the application phase, as part of the virtual open house, they did submit comments and their concerns. We did go back to them as well and met with them to inform them about the changes after hearing from all the concerns about the public and the changes that were being made to the proposal.
Okay, thanks very much. And I do have a second question. I'm just going to ask it now and then I'll put myself back on the queue. Maybe staff can answer it then. And it's regarding the comments that Julian Summers made about supportive housing units or nonprofit housing units that come of private development sector, working with nonprofit operators. I was wondering if staff could tell us if those units still needed support through BC Housing to be financially viable in their operating costs, or were these standalone units that were funded privately? And I realize I'm at time, so hopefully you can answer that in my next round. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, I'm going to reset timers now. Everybody's had their first round.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go back. I'm looking at the rezoning application dated October 1st, 2021. And it says the project is one of the first of a series of permanent modular supportive housing projects that the City of Vancouver is completing in partnership with BC Housing. And it specifically references a modular housing builder, Nomadic Modular Builders. I asked before if there was any company engaged to build this, and I did not get an answer suggesting that Nomadic was the vendor that would be building this. Can you please fill me in on this, because I don't have an answer that's satisfying me. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for the question. Chi Chan, rezoning planner. So at the time of the MOU set out the terms for the agreement and the process by which the city and the applicant would engage to deliver these. But there was certainly no builder at that time. Then BC Housing, following that, BC Housing went through an RFP process, and they selected for this particular site Nomadic consultants to consult on the modular construction techniques, because BC Housing didn't have that in-house. In the project that council saw at King Ed, it was a different modular builder that team, that BC Housing went through an RFP process for that one, selected a different modular consultant. I also want to reiterate, I understand from BC Housing that they will go out for procurement for the constructor. So right now, the modular consultant is telling them things about the design, but to actually build it, they will go out again for construction to select a builder.
So you've been exclusively focused on modular construction only, and so have not considered any other forms of development, like achieving with wood, for example, to see what kind of density could be achieved on that site. You've only looked at this modular technology approach.
So part of the reason for the modular approach is to reduce the construction times. Modular being prefabricated offsite can be brought to site, and then the construction times can be reduced. Now, with respect to the technology, going above a certain height required them to change to a steel modular construction. But in fact, in the 3 other rezoning applications that we do have, they are for the 2 other rezoning applications that we have, they are for 6-story buildings, and those are they're being built using wood modular construction.
How many vendors are there that produce this kind of steel high-level modular housing?
I don't have that exact answer, but there aren't many necessarily in Canada.
Right. So we, again, we're not going to get, we don't know. There's maybe 1, maybe 2 vendors that produce this, but that's where we're going to leave it. Okay. Another question is, under the minimum 50% we keep hearing about in the composition of the residents, is it not accurate that an Appendix B, page 1819.2.7 states it's a minimum of 50%, and that under that minimum it could be more than 50% by definition?
Yes, that is yes.
Okay, so with respect to Sancta Maria House, I also wanted to touch on something. Would you please state for the record again when you first reached out to them?
So as part of the virtual open house, we received comments from Sancta Maria House. Then we received a letter from them in February, I believe. And then we reached out to them in May and met with them.
May of this year.
February of this year and May of this year.
Okay. So again, I try to get a sense is time of the essence then if on-site construction time is reduced and that's the justification for this building methodology, is that the driving force behind trying to push this through so expeditiously?
This project has followed pretty normal processing times in terms of prioritizing social housing. There's been nothing unusual in the time frame, Councillor Hardwick.
Normal?
Yes, normal.
And what are you benchmarking that against, please?
It's been 17 months. 7 to 8 months, which is our normal rezoning processing time for social housing.
I see. Well, I'm out of time, but I'm not in a position to debate.
Thanks so much. Councillor Bly, second round, up to 5 minutes. Questions to staff. We're at 4:22, just to remind council.
Thanks very much. So just quick follow-up question related to the mix of, so this, going back to the original question, maybe this is for Celine Mobilis, is around this supportive and social housing units. Can you just very briefly share why staff went with this accommodation, or this approach, I should say, to the original application?
I think it was to meet a greater diversity of need in the community. So the 50% being supportive, the other 50% being deeply affordable for people on very low incomes, and being in a building where there's the flexibility should they need some supports, that's available there as well. But it was really to expand the diversity of meeting the diversity of housing need in the community.
So the original supportive is sort of the lowest, it's got the deepest affordability, is that correct?
Yeah.
So we increased, we sort of lessened the affordability by moving it to 50% social in a way.
Correct. We have a range in the social housing component from the shelter component of income assistance, which is $375, all the way up to 50% of HILS, which is $719 a month.
So it just doesn't line up for me in terms of what you just said and why we went 50% to deepen affordability to meet the need in the community. So just help me understand.
I think it's meeting a greater diversity of needs. So for people that are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, as well as people that are perhaps on another form of fixed income, or maybe they're working at minimum wage. Yeah.
Okay, that does help. So I hate to ask a hypothetical question, but I have to ask, if this application had come forward with 50% supportive housing units and 50% social housing as the best fit, like in terms of need in the community, as you've just described, would staff have, could it be perceived that we would have gotten a different unit mix? Meaning we could have had studios as well as 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom?
No, I think that the change was in terms of the level of affordability, but the mix of units would not have changed.
Okay, so there's nothing else driving mix of units other than just the pro forma, essentially?
And the funding stream, correct.
And the funding stream, okay. Okay, that is interesting. Thank you. I'll leave it there on that piece. The applicant mentioned the five applications, which we're clear on where those are. And then also said that the program is oversubscribed, the Building BC Supportive Housing Fund. So is the burden on us or BC Housing to uphold the MOU in terms of the 300 units or 5 sites?
It's a partnership. I think it's a partnership. We are committed to bringing the land and working through the regulatory process, and senior governments come with the capital that's needed to build the housing, and the most significant commitment is the ongoing operating subsidy that's required for the housing.
So to sort of honor the integrity of a public hearing process, could it be argued that 6 sites probably would have been, or 7 sites may have given greater chance of being able to work in that partnership, ensuring that we were able to work independently in our capacity in this quasi-judicial hearing to not feel quite so up against this MOU? And so there were many comments made in the hearing last night, right? That the funding's going to go, and it was a bit of a tense dialogue that I fear could be perceived as undermining the public hearing process. Mm-hmm. And I want to ensure that's not the case. So I wonder if you could articulate your thoughts on that.
upon signing of the MOU, there was an agreement in the MOU to identify city-owned sites that could be put forward for this use, which is what we've done with the 5 sites that have been identified. Our intent is to maximize the number of units that can be delivered on each one of those sites. So we do have 5 sites now. Again, we're always looking for more partnerships. We had the MOU to deliver TMH, and now we're looking at permanent modular housing. So the 5 sites is currently what we have there. We do have limited sites, but we are always looking to create more partnerships. But a lot of investment and time has gone into this application, and I think that's the concern, that if there's more significant investment needed to reframe or revamp the application to bring that forward, that the opportunity might be missed on this particular site in the immediate future anyway.
That's my time. I do appreciate the responses to the questions.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, second round up to 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to just talk about a topic that no one has talked about yet, and that is related to the setbacks from the street, and especially Arbutus. And a number of speakers raised that. I noticed in the conditions of approval, though, in Appendix B, there's a lot of talk in those conditions of approval about setbacks. And so I'm wondering if someone can explain to me, there's a provision to do a building setback and statutory right-of-way for public pedestrian uses adjacent to the side 4.5 meter offsets, building setback to, for future greenway purposes, and provision of street improvements adjacent to the site, including a 4-foot wide front boulevard with street trees where space permits. So just explain, is this getting at some of those comments made by speakers around the lack of any setback?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, Councillor. Derek Robinson, Development Planner. So there are a couple of different pieces there that you were talking about. So perhaps the last few pieces you were talking about there are really standard engineering conditions that come along with a development like this. For example, increasing the size of sidewalks, in enhancing that actual what's happening in the publicly owned right-of-way. So that's one piece of it, and that is happening here to accommodate, future anticipated pedestrian traffic and that sort of thing related to the station. So that's one piece of it. But second to that are the actual setbacks on the private property. And so this is a relatively narrow site, and so it does present some challenges in that way. Firstly, what's happening is that 4.5 meter setback from the greenway that you spoke about, and that's to ensure the potential for future streetcar access should that be imposed, right? And so that really defines, what you can do in terms of on the Arbutus side. So there are some limitations there in terms of still developing a viable tower. However, there are conditions in Appendix B to increase the setbacks along 7th and 8th Avenue to improve the pedestrian experience, to increase the landscaping and all those types of things. And so, getting a really good interface with the park to the north and these types of things. So that's probably the biggest change that we would see, is increasing those setbacks along 7th and 8th.
Okay, I really appreciate that detail. Thank you. And I noticed that there's lots of greenery. There's lots of trees and vegetation and pollinator gardens, and yeah, okay. Turning to tenanting. Chi-Chan talked about tenanting, like the 50% meeting critical needs, 50% earning low income. So best tenanting practices, I've heard that term used a number of times, and the use of the vulnerability assessment tool, which was raised by Shane Ramsey. How do you determine the appropriate mix of tenants that would fit into a community, if that's one of the goals in terms of best tenanting practices? And maybe you should affirm that is one of the goals.
Yes, the VAT is a best practice recognized across the country, in fact, as that tool for assessment. And so probably about 6 months prior to occupancy, MPA would be working with other providers in the community, people that are working with people that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. Our outreach team typically also goes out and does some early morning walkabouts and connects with people to ensure that referrals are being made to BC Housing's Coordinated Access and Assessment table, where there's a discussion, the VATs are reviewed, and the VATs really provide some insight into an individual's support needs and what needs to be provided by the operator. And so referrals are made to MPA, who ultimately, as the landlord, make a decision about who moves into their building. But it's done through a very thoughtful process with Vancouver Coastal Health, other service providers, the operator, to have a discussion, ensure that those referrals are done in a thoughtful way. And ultimately, it's MPA that decides who comes into their building.
Okay. Okay, that's clear. I think we're all clear that council can't, doesn't have a role in any say around the tenanting. Those are best practices with the operator involved in that. But there is a section in the conditions of approval that is entitled housing, and it says that there's any other terms and conditions as the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability and the Director of Legal Services may in their sole discretion require. Leaving council out of it, their sole discretion. But what could they require? If they do they get to review those?
We're at the 5.
Oh, geez. Wow, time went fast, sorry.
Okay, I think Councillor Dominato's up next, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. We heard from members of Sancta Maria yesterday. They addressed the public hearing and raised a couple of different considerations, but I'm curious if staff could comment on coexistence neighborhood agreements, because they had raised a number of concerns with the vulnerable women that reside at Sancta Maria. And so could you just comment on what that might look like if this was supported by council in some form? And what discussions have taken place to date that might give us some insight, a line of sight into?
I would just say going forward, again, we would really be working with MPA as well as BC Housing and other partners in the project to do that engagement and relationship building with Sancta Maria House, and to ensure that open communication and dialogue is established should any issues arise. So we are. Everyone's safety is paramount, so we would really want to ensure that there are good relationships established through a CAC, but also just in general as a neighbor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a couple more questions. One's around, because this is coming through I think it was the Building BC Supportive Fund, as I recall, so it is only focused on singles, that fund. Would that be fair to characterize?
Correct.
Hence the design, the studios. Is there another funding stream in place now that supports families and women and children?
Yes, there are other funding streams that would support that, I believe.
What happens in the circumstance, and I'm thinking about, we just toured a Union Gospel Mission, and I was involved with a supportive housing initiative in Victoria where we supported young moms with babies over a transition period. I guess it's a hypothetical, but a young mom with a baby or a young child would be precluded from this housing because it's two people, even though they could reasonably live in a studio for a period of time. Is that?
I don't know how to answer that question. We'd have to check with MPA on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear back. And I guess the other question I have is around, there's been throughout over the last, I think, 18 months over this, concerns raised about broadly the public engagement and how residents have been able to interface with this application and getting information. I would argue that probably councillors would feel the same way at times in terms of being able to engage and share feedback. Is that going to inform future planning and public engagement, the experience that we've gone through with this public hearing? And I get that's not specific to this, but it is relevant because I think we have to reasonably hear that there has been concerns, and it's leveled at both us as an organization, but also leveled at other agencies and partners in this. And are there some learnings about how we might pivot in future when we're sort of recognizing that, maybe we aren't able to respond in a way that the public's feeling heard?
Thank you very much for the question. We received a lot of feedback, and I recognize that when I read the feedback, I read every single piece, and I recognized that they were asking questions that, and sometimes we don't have the answers to because we're not at that stage. We share the information. We shared all the information that we have and that we know at this stage about best practices and understanding that this is a land use question about a building, about its location, and we read that angst, we saw that angst, and we also tried to put out the information that was factual. We can't control afterwards people's perceptions to that. We try to continually feed back that same information. In terms of learning, yes, there's definitely things, we will talk, we will do a debrief, and we will continue to talk about what kind of information, what points can we share, what and when. Sometimes with best practice, there are professionals, housing professionals working on these, and we weren't necessarily asking the public to say, you should choose this and this. We want to say this is how it is, or this is how people are doing it.
And the answer to your question is yes. We've learned we've learned a lot. Sandra and I were just talking about that this morning.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
And particularly in a case like this, because the public perceives the city as the city, and there's the zoning group, and we have a specific role to play. ACCS has a specific role to play. Baja and BC Housing, and I think more clarity around that, and again around the process and helping folks understand when to engage and who to engage. I think we've learned a lot through this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, second round up to 5.
Yeah, my first question is on the services needed to support the residents, recognizing that my brother had it was hard to house and lived in the area, and we were looking at what supports are in the neighborhood. Recognizing it'll be a couple years the building is built. Are we looking at identifying nonprofit groups and other organizations that can best support the needs of the residents in this building to make sure that they integrate as best as possible and become strong community members, recognizing that most of these people will come from the community, which is the plan of this housing project?
And there's definitely a need even on the west side for housing. We know from our accounts that there are over 2,000 people that are experiencing homelessness. So I have to say, working and doing this work in Vancouver, there's a very strong, engaged nonprofit sector. I think COVID also really strengthened a lot of those relationships and partnerships in terms of how we respond to people's needs. We're doing some of that work along Hastings Street right now with all of the partners. There is definitely a need for more supportive housing, for more affordable housing, scattered site, congregate site, and not just in Vancouver, but throughout the region. And so we will definitely continue to strengthen those partnerships.
Okay, and there's comments from the applicant about the people in the neighborhood that might not be supportive of this project. Can you speak about how we're going to build up a better rapport from the neighborhood and a potential building at this location, recognizing that success of the tenants is kind of in partnership with how well they are respected by the community?
I think it's about building relationships and building trust. And I recognize that there is concern that's been expressed by neighbors, and here's some of it in the gallery tonight. So really for, supporting MPA, working with them to build that trust and build that relationship and being responsive to issues and needs in the community in terms of housing that this building could potentially provide. So it's really about that trust building, which will continue should this application proceed.
And can you speak to everyone in the MOU's role in supporting that trust and building that community of support? So I'm assuming BC Housing plays a role, MPA will play a role, Vancouver Coastal Health. So does everyone have roles and responsibility and accountability to ensure that they play their part in building this community?
Yep, correct. Yep, and we have well-defined relationships and partnerships among our respective agencies to do that work.
And then we have an ability or tool to hold one of the groups accountable if they're not accountable. And is that the role that if the community advisory committee or someone in the building is unhappy with some of the processes, what's the accountability measures that we have?
Definitely. I mean, ultimately, BC Housing has the operating agreement with NPA, and as the funder, there's accountability there. But this is a partnership, and we all work together in our respective role to respond to any issues should they arise. In terms of the city, I know in other parts of the community, we have our Better Together pilot, which isn't this isn't one of the pilot neighborhoods, but definitely on kind of broader city issues related to sanitation and other pieces. We bring those pieces. We bring a facilitation role. BC Housing and the operator obviously responding to kind of the management of the building and addressing issues that come from the building and maybe the immediate vicinity around the building, and collectively developing those partnerships and making sure that there's good open lines of communication so that concerns can be brought forward in a quick manner.
And on city-owned projects, do we also support with LAC programs? So they have community center access and MOBI programs, they have bike access. Do we have a process to support the tenants from day one to get best use of city services?
That's something that we could explore further. I don't know if we actually do that. I think that's a great recommendation. I know in other projects, the neighbors have brought welcome packages to new tenants. So there's been pretty positive community response, but that's definitely something we could explore perhaps with our park board colleagues around some of those other supports we could provide tenants.
Okay, and same with TransLink, because I've heard that getting transit passes at a start is a great way to integrate. So thank you very much. Appreciate this work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I move on to Councillor Kirby-Young, just a reminder of our bylaw, section 7.8, which is about actions in the public gallery to not interrupt speakers or otherwise engage in improper conduct. And I just ask folks to let's create a safe space here and let people speak to address council in an uninterrupted way. Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the dialogue around the respective roles of parties, and I kind of want to pick up on that with respect to this is a city-owned site and piece of land, so it's an asset that we want to utilize for the best good of the community. And I'm wondering, given what the city is seeing play out, the decreasing challenges that we are having with related sort of prevalent and ongoing significant issues that individuals are struggling with, whether it's addictions or mental health, as to if there was dialogue around more floor space for supportive housing or more of a focus on recovery in addition to harm reduction here, and what the role is in terms of in the conversations that staff have had with the applicant around that in terms of moving the model forward. Can I get some perspective on that?
To clarify around recovery, sorry, or?
Yes. What role does recovery play in here? Is that entering even part of the conversation when we are levering up city-owned sites like this?
Yeah, definitely. And NPA would provide input in terms of the design and the spaces that they would need to support that. Again, there would be an individual case management plan with each of the residents, and to support their own personal journey to wellness. And whether those supports are provided on site or connected to off site in community, that would be the role of NPA to.
Do we have any stats with respect to outcomes for recovery related to deployment of some of these city-owned sites and some of these social housing projects?
We do have some research we conducted in partnership with BC Housing on the TMH that we could report back on.
Do we have anything we can share in this moment, even qualitatively?
I think there were, and Lacey, I think at the 6 months of the TMH program, they were self-reported, but I think it's something like 80% reported improved health outcomes and recovery since moving into the housing.
Recovery being defined as?
You want to speak? Sorry, Lisa can speak to
Maybe I'll just move on to my next question if you don't have that data available. I'm looking at this questions. I've been trying to digest them that we got back from staff. And one was a question around, and again, I think I'm asking this question from the city's responsibility to mitigate impacts in the public realm and on adjacent space. And one of the questions was asked whether or not there would be any safe consumption sites attract drug dealers. And I'm looking at the response back. Staff are, quote, unaware of any evidence that a private space for exclusive use of residents would attract drug dealers. And I guess I'm just wanting to dig into that a bit because I think about 205 Kingsway, where reportedly we have members of the Community Advisory Committee and others that are reporting that there's drug deals happening outside of windows, or well-documented VPD calls significantly and ongoing to the Marguerite Ford. So can you reconcile those statements for me in terms of we're unaware whether or not it attracts that type of activity?
I think we look at each building on a case-by-case basis, and if there are criminal activities going on, definitely we would work with the operator to support them in working with their tenants or whatever is creating that issue around the building.
Okay, but are we saying, I'm just looking on page 2 of 6 on the answers back, it says, and again, the quote, staff are unaware of evidence that a private space for exclusive use buyers would attract drug dealers, so we're not aware of any of those activities. Like, I'm just citing a couple of the examples. And I'm asking the question in terms of trying to daylight is how, if we're not acknowledging these concerns or the fact these things are happening, how do we work to mitigate them?
I think the spaces within those buildings are there really to support the well-being of the tenants and ensuring that we're dealing with the opioid crisis. And I think those spaces in those buildings, whether it's a dedicated space or tenants are potentially using in their room, it's really about life safety on those pieces. So I don't see the relation to it attracting criminal activity.
Okay, but it's been reported to the city that there is activity. So again, do we not have a responsibility to acknowledge it so we can put conditions in place to try to have a successful project for the new residents, but also to mitigate the outcomes on the community?
Yeah. And any building where we see if that is an issue that comes to light, we are there to support the operator in terms of their tenancy agreement, working with VPD to address any criminal activity.
So we can, okay, so just for clarity, I'm going to move on. So I'm going to consider the answer is not correct. And then in this answer we got back. So what I hear you saying is different than what council is receiving. And I'm seeing I'm trying to daylight to get to a place I've seen a lot of inconsistencies in response.
I guess the point I'm making is that there are people, they use substances. And what I'm saying is that I don't see the linkage between providing a safe space to use and that attracting criminal activity.
I think that's my time, unfortunately. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes, please. Questions to staff?
Yeah, I guess this will be to Celine. You're our director of housing and homelessness, so I suppose you've had a lot of experience trying to get housing for people. And I know right now we have all the folks at Crab Park and all the folks along Hastings Street. In your experience, if our staff went to those folks and said, would you like to move into a building like the one that we're talking about today? How many of them would say yes? What percent?
99%. I can honestly say in our experience, providing someone with a key to a self-contained unit with their own kitchen and bathroom, amenity space, a supportive operator, security of tenure, affordability, that is a dream come true for many people that have very little, are sleeping in shelters or on our streets.
Thanks. And the second question I have is, if people are in supportive housing, do the staff generally try to get, and if they do use substances, do the staff generally try to get them on safe supply?
Yes, in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health. Depends on where an individual is at and if they're ready to make that next step. But yes, our operators in supportive housing are experienced in working with tenants and supporting them when they make those decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. Hoping, Mayor, that maybe staff could answer the last question I left them with in my time.
Remind us what that was?
Well, I
just
used
quickly
the last part of my time, so I wouldn't have to say it again. But basically, that often private developers and nonprofit housing operators will work together to create units at a cost to the nonprofit operator, or they're operated by a nonprofit operator but owned by the city, for example. But I was wondering, with operating funds, if those operating funds were still topped up by agencies and organizations such as BC Housing, or if that was self-contained within the nonprofit and the city, or I'm just looking at different models considering the comments that Julian Summers made. I was just hoping to know if staff could share where the operational costs from those units were usually funded, if the nonprofit was picking up the tab themselves, or if BC Housing was subsidizing those units.
BC Housing does have a rent supplement program. For example, we administer the program through our homelessness services outreach team. And basically, it is outreach using a rent sup from BC Housing to support a tenant to secure housing in the private rental market. As you can imagine, with the very low vacancy rate and high housing costs, it is challenging to find those units. As Shane mentioned, there is a new program, 3,000 additional rent subs that have been rolled out. So that is an option for some tenants, yes.
Okay, and understanding, although the public may not understand this, I know this through my background and experience and working in non-market housing and the private sector of development. I'm wondering if you can elaborate. So that would possibly be $375 is what someone gets to live on, and the rest of their rent, whatever that is, would have to be made up by the nonprofit, a rent supplement, and or a blend of both. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and do we know what percentage of units in the city right now are dependent on those rent supplements?
We don't have that number. We could get that information for you in terms of how many rent sup programs are out
If
there.
over the dinner break you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave my questions there just in case that information can be brought back. Mayor, I see that Councillor Boyle's on.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I am hoping to propose that we just break for half an hour for dinner so we can come back and resume, and folks don't have to necessarily stay all evening around City Hall. But I'm wondering if it's appropriate first to move the staff recommendations and if they're seconded, and then propose a half-hour break for lunch, dinner, sorry.
It is your right to, those would be 2 separate motions, so you can move the staff report. That is, that's allowable here. We have had 2 rounds of questions, and then determining what we do with our time would be a second motion.
Okay, great.
So if you...
I will move the staff recommendations.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Swanson, thank you. Okay, so, and did you have a second?
Like to move.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to move that we take a half-hour break for dinner.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
Councillor Carr's mic's not on, but just seconded in the chambers.
I'll have to hear it.
Okay, sorry.
Yep, it's Councillor Carr. I'll second.
Okay, so we'll take a half an hour break. It's on the floor. That is debatable, so I'll move us to an amendment queue to speak about the half-hour break for dinner. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mary. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. I won't be supporting the proposal on the floor. I think we've just received the questions. We've also received other emails with respect to amendments, and also need time to have some dinner. So I support the usual 1 hour break, and so I won't be supporting the proposal on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm speaking vociferously in opposition to that. Council did just receive the answer to questions, and while I've been listening intently to the answers, it is difficult in parallel to review the questions and give due consideration. And I feel that doing so is pushing through in the same way that the community doesn't feel heard, to be honest. Council were here till midnight last night, and I would like to be able to make this decision with a clear head. And be able to duly review and receive the information, and failure to do so, I think, is compromising the opportunity for council to do their job. And honestly, you might as well just rubber stamp this project. And I feel very strongly about it, that council should have the time for due consideration of the information that we actually received while we were hearing answers from staff.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I just first of all want to say that I appreciate even having a dinner break. Sometimes we don't. And while it will give me time to collect my child from childcare, I too would like to review more wholesomely the questions and answers back from staff. And my practice has always been that if any council member wants that time or needs that time on our scheduled breaks for family reasons or otherwise, to give that to them. And I've heard from some of my colleagues that they'd like an hour. So although I appreciate that Councillor Boyle is proposing a break, which I do support, I'll support my other colleagues in an hour-long break. So I won't support this recommendation, but I just wanted to speak in support of the overall intent of a break and thank Councillor Boyle for trying to find some type of way to compromise.
Okay, it is 4 minutes to 5, so if we don't finish this before 5 o'clock, of course, we will be on an hour break anyway. So, Councillor Hardwick, over to you.
No, I will not support a half hour. I need an hour.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I certainly wasn't intending anything conniving. I just was hoping to allow us time to do the work. So I'm happy to withdraw my motion for a 30-minute dinner break.
Happy to second that.
All in favor of supporting a withdrawal, say yay.
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 Any opposed? Great. Okay, that's withdrawn. Council, we are at 3 minutes to 5, so we have a main queue that is, we have moved and seconded the motion, so let's take our break and come back at 6 o'clock to finish this item. Thanks so much, everybody, and have a good dinner break.
What's that?
moved and seconded this motion. Councillor Boyle has the floor for another 3.5 minutes. So Councillor Boyle, at this point, oh, geez, sorry. I knocked you
That's
off
okay. I'll go
cue.
on at the end.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 for debate and decision.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to move an amendment to start us off to add conditions. So I'm going to circulate that right now, and apologies for not having it in advance. So I'll just send it to staff.
I'll just let councillors know that because this is a public hearing, I will be, with every amendment, I will be recessing and checking it with legal and planning, just to make sure we don't do anything that would cancel this work. So just to let you know that.
Clerks, can while you're bringing that up, I'm going to speak to this, if I may.
Well, I'm going to let me check it first, and then I will come back.
Can you stop my timer, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, I've got the amendment. I think you do too, and I'll be checking it with legal and planning, and then come back once I have clarity on the wording.
is we aren't live right now as well because we're on recess. So
Right. Okay. Okay. I'll do that when we come back then. Just to give you a heads up, that's coming. Can you just let me know when we're ready to go, clerks?
Yep, we're live.
Great. Okay, thanks, clerks. So first of all, before we get to the amendment, I'll give you the ruling first, and then we'll go to the calling on councillors to see whether or not they've reviewed and whether they'll vote. Okay, so the first amendment that was sent, there was I think this was sent to staff previously, but suggestions weren't incorporated. However, this is legal. It is legal, but I will draw to the attention of council that we can require this as part of the lease. However, the third bullet says a requirement that BC Housing will partner with a single agency that is named the Infectious Disease Control.
Privilege. Can we get it up on the screen?
Sure. There we go, Councillor Swanson. So the third bullet, a requirement that BC Housing will partner with the Infectious Disease Center, which is my understanding a nonprofit. If BC Housing failed to get a partnership with this specifically named center, then the lease agreement would be void, and the lease would be void as well. So that's the advice I have from legal, but it is legal, and so if we have a seconder, we can move on. So do we have a seconder for this?
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young seconded. Just to note that I did
I
incorporate.
need to hear it. I need to hear it, though. I didn't hear it.
Seconded.
Thank you. Okay, we're on amendment Q. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato. All right, go ahead. So we're in the debate queue now. Councillor DeGenova.
I don't think we've moved to an amendment queue. I'm in the same place I was on the last queue.
I'm on an amendment queue. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. So I did run this by legal, and I did incorporate language and feedback from staff. So just reflecting that on the record, because I noted in your comments.
But I have just talked with legal and the city manager, and so I needed to report that to council.
Okay, and I'm simply reporting my feedback and experience with having run this by legal. I will speak to the amendment, and it draws on much of the feedback I heard from the public and considerations around wanting to see greater responsibility and accountability, particularly when it comes to the city. We've engaged in a partnership here in terms of delivering supportive housing. It's city-owned land, and we have an opportunity as one of the partners in this to identify accountability mechanisms. And I think that this sets out some very important pieces that can be established as part of a ground lease agreement. We do this in other ground lease agreements with other initiatives that we have. We've just dealt with some recently with support with BC Housing and with VCH. And this is within the purview of the city and of council to undertake this. And it addresses a number of areas that we've heard around the need for on-site wraparound services. Reflects feedback around the importance of covering not only medical, social, psychological, vocational expertise, but it also incorporates the comments from Shane Ramsey about a community advisory committee, but also we're reporting back to the city in terms of how things are going. And I think that's a really important part of this conversation is that we've been hearing. But we need to understand how are things going in terms of a model such as this. So it is really to enshrine those accountability pieces, as was pointed out, because we are a key partner in this work and delivering supportive housing. And so that is the intent of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, is it possible to ask a point of information to BC Housing?
No, it isn't. You can ask points of information to staff at this point.
Okay, to staff, do you think BC Housing can and will be willing to do all this stuff?
I can ask staff to try to answer that.
Bless, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. Yes, I think some of the points are quite standard in terms of some of the partnerships. I'm not familiar with the Vancouver Infectious Disease Center, but we could certainly explore that. It would be beneficial if we had words like explore in the event that the partnership, trying to compel BC Housing to enter in that partnership, if that's not successful, that we have some flexibility there. But definitely in terms of other partnerships and looking to provide additional supports in the building, that's certainly something we would work with BC Housing and MPA on.
Councillor Swanson?
That's good.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I also have a couple questions for staff, if you'll allow it, Mayor. And actually, I'm hoping to just go through point by point to get a better understanding from staff. The first point refers to a vulnerability assessment tool, and it's my understanding that that is likely to be used anyway.
Correct.
So doesn't really change anything about what's being proposed.
I said correct.
My second question is on the second bullet point. A requirement that BC Housing will fund an on-site wraparound services team with medical, social, and vocational expertise. Is that part of the project? Is that my follow-up? Is that a standard expectation or within the kind of scope of the funding?
Medical services are typically funded by VCH and made connections into the community. So, I mean, that's quite an explicit list, but certainly we would be looking to ensure that staff are supported in those activities, either on-site or connections in community.
Okay, but BC Housing specifically funding those services isn't how the funding models work?
Typically not for the medical services. That would be through Vancouver Coastal Health, partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health.
Would that kind of direction kill a project if BC Housing can't fund medical services? Because that's not actually within what they do as an organization. If they weren't then able to meet that, would that kill the whole project?
It would make it very challenging, yes.
Okay. The third point is the mayor spoke to in naming that specific agency. So I'll move past the complications on that one. The fourth point of establishing a community advisory committee, again, would that likely already happen?
That's standard, yes.
Okay. And the fourth point around reporting to the city annually on outputs and outcomes related to the housing with the list that follows, is that standard?
Yep, we could do that as part of the lease and report out. Yeah, that should not be an issue.
Okay. I have a follow-up question to the clerks then, which is I'm wondering if it's possible to sever and vote on bullet points separately, or because they're bulleted and not a numbered list, if it's an all or nothing.
You have to check with that, Councillor. Well, can we go on to Councillor Carr and then we'll come back to you on the severing?
Sure. Yeah. I'll just say. Oh, it looks like the clerk is ready to answer.
Go ahead, clerks.
Yes, those can be voted on separately.
Okay. I am going to ask to sever bullet points 1 and 2, 4, and 5. I'm quite comfortable with, as they're already what would happen. But bullet point 2 and 3, it sounds like could create quite a serious risk that the project wouldn't happen at all, including because BC Housing doesn't fund medical services. And so I won't be supporting, I need those two severed out. I won't be supporting those because they would likely kill the project. Thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
Want us to move to it?
Seconder.
Are we in the right queue?
Waiting for a seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Carr.
To deal with it's just to deal with the concern raised by staff around naming a particular partner, the Vancouver Infectious Disease Center, and the problem.
Just 1 second, Councillor. Apparently, we have to recess because we're having a little technical problem in terms of folks being able to see what we're doing. So we're going to recess and fix this technical problem, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Thanks. I'll keep you informed. Thank you. Okay.
Apologies, I was just getting other work done here.
Okay. Well, we just have to wait for the clerks to put us back on live, and then we'll. There we go. Okay, go ahead then.
Okay, so I have amended Councillor Dominato's amendment to take into consideration the concerns raised by staff. So I did change the word require to explore, a requirement that BC Housing will not do, but explore partnering. And instead of the named agency, which was a concern of staff when they raised the issue that if that couldn't happen, then it would make the agreement null and void. So I've just said with an appropriate agency to offer mobile health services on site, with the hope that this corrects or addresses the concerns of staff and enables councillors to be able to vote for this.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this amendment, but we'll still be asking that we vote separately on the second bullet point afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Point of privilege, did I hear?
Perhaps it's a technical difficulty, Mayor, but I didn't see an amendment queue come up and I haven't been able to put myself on it.
Well, we're on amendment Q2.
Okay, well, that's not coming up on my screen right now. So
Maybe.
I'll reload my panel, I suppose.
Okay, thanks. Did you want to be on the queue?
I do, but I just reloaded my panel, so I will go on. If I need a recess because of IT issues, I will let you know. Thank you.
Councillor Weed?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the amendment. I think that having one group that's mostly focused on HIV compared to having organizations that do mobile health services like Kalalalem and others that could bring culturally aware services to a facility, it's important to have that open depending on the mix. So I am supportive of this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I have a point of information through you to staff, Mayor.
Sure. Yeah.
First of all, I still read this as a requirement. So if BC Housing did not move forward with this, then that would be in violation, I suppose, of the housing agreement or the terms of the lease. Is that correct?
Are you looking at there were two amendments?
I am. It doesn't change the fact that it's still a requirement.
No, it will explore. So it's a different kind of requirement.
So the motion that I have that came, or what I have that came through from Councillor Carr is an appropriate agency. A requirement that BC Housing.
Check two words before that. A requirement that BC Housing will explore.
Oh, okay. Is this the amendment that was sent through at 6:20?
This is 6:23.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So many amendments flying around. I don't have any, but okay. So I have another point of information for staff. What would we define as an appropriate agency, and who sets out the terms of what agency is appropriate?
As staff want to take a shot at that, that would be staff discretion to figure out.
Well, they kind of need to be able to share this information with me. I need it to vote on.
Yes, we're essentially leaving that decision to staff. But go ahead, staff, if you want to elaborate.
Thank you, Councillor. Staff would just use our professional judgment in evaluating those operators.
Okay, but it would be up to our city staff to evaluate what appropriate agency would be, or would it be up to BC Housing?
It would be up to our staff.
Okay. Thanks so much. At this time, I will support this change, and I'll speak to the amendment later on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Great. So before we go to a vote on this amendment, I am going to go through now, because there were council members that were absent. I'm just going to go through before we do any voting to see if folks have reviewed the proceedings and what they'll be voting. So we'll start with Councillor Bly. Have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on this application?
I have and I will.
I have and I will as well. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I'm just to be clear, I have and I will, and in some instances I didn't need to because I was off camera, but I was listening and watching the presentation. So I have fully been participating in all of the public hearing and I will be voting. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Councillor Fry, have you reviewed and will you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young, have you reviewed and will you vote?
I have and I will.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can go to a vote on this first amendment to the amendment. And we have unanimous support for that amendment to the amendment. Now we're back on the amendment queue. Councillor Carr, do you have anything else to add on this?
Yes, I have another amendment to the amendment.
Okay. You've submitted to the clerk. Perhaps.
I have. And it's
okay.
just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just to actually address the same issue, which is to actually not have a requirement that BC Housing will have to do something, but instead will explore funding and on-site wraparound services to address the same issue raised by staff around if they can't do it, does this make the whole agreement null and void?
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second,
Anyone?
Dominato.
Thank you. We're on amendment queue now. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment. First of all, although I'm troubled and still have issues with the overall amendment, because I'm not sure that it hears and deals with some of the issues that we're facing here. To explore funding versus to require funding are very different things. And what I think we've seen and what we've heard from some of the public and even people at this public hearing, whether or not, we believe personally, or I believe personally, that their fears are, justified or not, they're still their fears. And I think to say that we'll explore doing something versus require it is very different. And with the need for on-site wraparound services, that to me, it's a pretty big one. So I won't be supporting that we just change this to exploring. And it's concerning me overall that this is really doing what we can to distance ourselves from the concerns that we've heard of the public. So I much prefer the language that Councillor Dominato had proposed, and I won't be supporting that we explore something that we should be requiring. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to follow up with a question to staff, if you'll allow, which is we had heard from staff that the previous phrasing could be challenging because BC Housing doesn't directly fund these services. The requirement that BC Housing will explore, I guess I'm trying to understand, because BC Housing likely doesn't directly fund this, is that loose enough that BC Housing could explore by getting back to us and saying we don't fund medical services directly, and shoot an email to VCH and that checks the box and it's not going to create a problem for the whole building?
Staff?
Your mic is not.
Thank you, Celine Mobless, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. I think the wording provides us with the flexibility to work with BC Housing to explore some of those partnerships, recognizing that some of the staffing and funding that they'll provide to their operator likely will already be captured in some of those pieces around vocational, social, some of those other programmings, and potentially some health supports, both in and off-site the building. So I think the wording works, gives us that flexibility.
Okay, and won't put up a barrier that could result in the project not happening. These conversations are already going on, and it's big. Okay, great. Then I am comfortable supporting it. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, so just a quick follow-up to that. So staff see this as an ability for staff to have flexibility to work with BC Housing to look at all the different funding models and different organizations that could provide these services, and that would report back to council.
Staff?
Yes, we could report back to council on that, and the partnerships have been secured and the funding, and also again about kind of the programs and services that MPA will be providing should council approve this rezoning application as we get closer to occupancy.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be supportive.
Okay, that's fine. So we can go to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Councillors Bly and Dominato. Dejanova. Okay, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okie doke. We are, Councillor Carr, anything else on this Councillor Dominato's amended amendment?
No, I'm just happy that Councillor Dominato put the amendment forward. I think this enhances the project and certainly addresses some of the issues that have been raised by speakers in coming to us to speak to this project.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks, Mayor. I also would like to ask that we sever all 4 clauses of the amendment separately for separate vote, please.
Okay. Councillor.
And I just want to speak overall, and I'll speak briefly because I know there are several amendments, but this amendment alone is not, I think, going to satisfy the concerns of the community that we've heard. And I do actually have a point of information through staff as to the way that one of the amendments is currently worded, if that's possible, to ask a point of information.
Sorry, one more time?
A point of information for staff, if I may, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
And the point of information I have is under the bullet that talks about that the operator has to form a community advisory committee. Who would determine who the membership of that committee is? Would it be the operator?
Staff?
Terms of reference are developed, and the project partners identify who those key members are. We also do a call for proposals in terms of neighbors that want to join on the CAC, but it would be determined by the project partners.
Okay, but just looking at the amendment as it's worded right now, it says that there's a requirement that BC Housing will ensure the supportive housing operator establishes a community advisory committee. So right now it doesn't say anything about the city of Vancouver. So isn't it just the operator establishing this committee?
The operator convenes the meetings, but the city, BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, residents, businesses would be members on the CAC.
And just a follow-up point of information, would this advisory committee be similar to the advisory committee that council directed staff to strike for the OPS in Yaletown?
Perhaps I'll ask Sandra Singh. I'm not familiar with that CAC.
Thank you.
Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. I believe for the OPS in Yaletown, we consolidated that CAC with the area, but I'll have to get back to you, Council.
Okay, and when can I expect that you might have that information?
Yeah, I'll text staff right now.
Okay, I will take myself off the queue, and I suppose I'm maybe the information will be back. Mayor, I might put myself back on the queue after the other questions or comments.
Councillor Swanson?
There's parts of this that I find really troubling. If I go into medical services, I make an appointment with the doctor, and my housing provider doesn't pay for it. I need vocational services. I could go to BCC or something. It's nice to have social gatherings and things like that, maybe community meals in the building, things like that, but that doesn't require any kind of professional expertise or anything. One of the few reasons that people don't like these kind of supportive housing buildings is they say that they're too institutional, that there can be like jail, that they have too many rules. And I'm afraid that some of these parts of these amendments are leading us in that direction where people will just think, oh, these people are trying to control my life rather than, help is there for me if I want it, kind of thing. Anyway, that's it for me.
Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you. Generally, what I've been afraid of is seemingly happening here, and that is that we're going to be going through a series of amendments to amendments to amendments, and this is the next in a round that we're seeing. I was just trying to find the right words to describe it, and it's making superficial or cosmetic changes to a product in a futile effort to disguise its fundamental failings. I'm really concerned that we haven't heard what we've heard over these many days. So I'm not going to support these amendments or amendments to amendments because it's just prolonging the inevitable. And the phrase that I described is called putting lipstick on a pig. That's it.
Chairman, Councillor Fry?
Yes, submitted an amendment to the amendment for sub-bullet D.
Okie doke. We would need a seconder to move you off onto the next queue.
Second.
Councillor Weeb is seconded. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, and that's just to name some of the groups that have come and spoken to us as part of the proposed community advisory committee, recognizing that obviously we've heard a lot from St. Augustine's School and St. Augustine's Parish, Sancta Maria House, and various members of the community, and just to ensure that this community advisory committee will include them, not as a veto, but as participants in the success of the outcomes here.
Okay, thanks so much for that. And we have Councillor Dejanova on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I thought this might be a good time, Mayor, just to ask a point of information, just before I have to decide on this part, to see if perhaps our staff, Sandra Singh, has an answer to my question on the Community Advisory Committee that was supposed to be struck for the OPS in Yaletown.
Hi, Councillor. Yes, Sandra Singh here. I'm just trying to go back to the original council direction. I know that we had discussions about the Seymour OPS at the community dialogue group that was established for the Yaletown area. I'm just going back to check because my recollection was that there actually was not a CAC recommended for or directed for that site, and VCH would not have. Actually, it's hard to recall that they would agree to that. So I just have to go back and check that.
As I said, I was just wondering if it was similar to that, because that's what we had intended.
Yeah, so I'm just going back to the original council direction around the lease agreement, but there was, my recollection is there was not a CAC directed from that. So I'm just going back to check. But what I can advise council is that there were discussions at the community dialogue group that was set up for the area. So I just have to. I'll go back. I'm still looking.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot again there. I do have Another point of information, this isn't a requirement as I read it, staff. It says that all reasonable efforts, I'm not quite sure what that means, if that's a flyering, an invitation to possibly attend, and what kind of equal membership that would mean, or how that membership would be weighted. Could staff possibly comment on how they would interpret and what would be required in the housing agreement for all reasonable efforts to include? Would that actually require, does that give teeth to a representative from St. Augustine School, the parish, Sancta Maria, neighbors, BIAs, and other community members?
Yes, I can confirm and commit that we would invite them to participate on the CAC. Our hope is that they would participate on the C, and we would certainly make all reasonable efforts to ensure that they are invited to that table.
Okay, and they'd be members of the CAC, not just
Correct.
coming to the CAC.
Correct. It's a membership-based committee.
All right, I'm happy to support that then. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record, and that that's indeed what would happen. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. Again, just hoping to clarify that this is very likely what staff would have done anyway.
Correct.
Okay, then I am quite comfortable supporting it.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, can I get a point of information here?
Sure.
It says that BC Housing will insure it. So is BC Housing going to insure this, or is the city going to insure this? And will something like this make BC Housing throw up its hands and say, this is too much, we're not following all these orders from the city?
Through the chair, may I answer that question?
Yeah, please do.
Definitely, as we've been working with BC Housing in this process and engaging all of the folks that are proposed to be as part of the CAC committee, the city would ensure that BC Housing would do it, and I'm sure they would be a willing partner. We have active CACs on every supportive housing project. They're a key partner, as is the nonprofit, and we would work to ensure that these representatives were included as members of our committee.
Would there be any attempt to include on the committee representatives who have supported the project instead of just ones who have opposed it?
Yes, for key organizations like the BIAs and Sancta Maria House and St. Augustine's Parish, we would do a formal outreach. But in terms of neighbors and perhaps some of the businesses, we would do a call to see if people were interested in joining the CAC. So it's a voluntary process. So we do see a broad range of members when we initiate CACs. Some that have real concerns, and others that are very supportive and wanting to support the integration of the project into the community. So it's a real range. It's voluntary, but we would certainly do outreach to the immediate neighbors to seek their participation.
So you'd consciously seek people who support the project as well as all these ones listed who oppose it?
We I think we do a call out, we do a flyering. So we don't know who potentially we might have someone that comes out and wants to participate because they support the project, and we would welcome them. But I don't know if we consciously seek out people that are only in support. We're wanting to engage neighbors and organizations that are interested in the project and want to be involved in the project, and that can really. There's the range of opinions about the project when those committees get off the ground.
So my concern here is that with these groups, the committee is totally overloaded with, or the majority, except for neighbors, which could be supportive, I guess. Everybody else is against the project. So if we have a committee where, 5, 6 of the people on it start out being against the project, have to succeed.
We do have a terms of reference. All of our CEACs have a terms of reference, and there are some principles at which we ask people to join. And one of them is that they want to make a contribution to the conversation and be there in good faith, working with the operator, the city, BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, and others to work and openly discuss any concerns that come up, and also be part of opportunities that might present themselves. We've seen CACs that have done community barbecues and other positive things. So there is a terms of reference. We do hope people are there in good faith, wanting to contribute to a kind of a productive conversation about the project. It is a place to raise issues and solve any that might come up, but it's also an opportunity to bring community together around a project when it opens.
Okay, thanks, Celine.
Okay.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to reflect a couple of thoughts here with respect to the discussion around this amendment. And the first one is, I'll sort of start with the positive and want to work backwards, is that I actually think it is a positive to include people that have concerns because you're bringing them into the conversation. The alternative, listening to some of my fellow council questions, to potentially exclude individuals who have raised concerns means that you're simply segregating people as opposed to bringing them together, and the opportunity for a dialogue to be part of implementation and working through the establishment of a housing position. So I think that's the first reflection that I would make. The second one is that I'm actually distressed by the suggestion that it would be an onerous requirement on the applicant, BC Housing, and by extension its operator, to support an initiative like this when the goal again is to ensure a successful project. Because without trying to put some mechanisms in place to be responsive, I'm not seeing that we're going to get to a successful outcome for both potential new residents of a project if it was approved, as well as the surrounding community. And I think that that just simply sends a signal that there is no interest in making any changes to the project that will actually be responsive to the feedback that we have heard. So I'm choosing my words and trying to convey that clearly. But I think it is important in terms of setting a tone about what it is that we are aiming to do here. And I know we're going to have much broader, more robust conversations about some more substantive components of this project. But I'll leave it there on this for now.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Briefly, I support the amendment by Councillor Fry, and to the points that my colleague Councillor Kirby-Yung was making is, if this application is approved tonight by Council, it begets us to ensure that there is adequate and reasonable representation on a community advisory committee, and this is definitely not, statement I see before me is definitely not exclusive, it's actually inclusive of nearby neighbors, stakeholders, partners, those who've come and spent hours being with us through this public hearing and speaking. And it also includes other community members, which can include a range of individuals. And so I see it as very participatory and inclusive and not exclusive. And so, frankly, disappointed in Councillor Swanson's comments in that regard, but I'm happy to support the amendment.
Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this amendment too. I mean, we have an engaged community here, and this simply acknowledges that. And I think in any kind of community advisory group, you want to identify the key players, those who have been active and engaged on this. So, yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry, for this.
Cool. We are at the end of the speakers list for this amendment to the amendment, so we'll go to a vote. That passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Councillor Fry, we're on the amendment queue, and this is Councillor Dominato's first amendment as amended.
Yeah, seeing as there's many amendments to come, I'll jump off the queue for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
No, so we're back to the amended amendment now, Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, no, I'll wait, thanks.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor, for back to the main amendment.
Yeah, as amended. Yeah.
Yeah, just to reflect a couple of comments, reflecting back on my colleague, Councillor Hardwick's comments about her view that this, paraphrasing, that what's proposed doesn't really do anything. I would ardently disagree, is that it's our role. We're hearing from the public about concerns. So then we need to, as a partner in delivery of supportive housing, and again, that's if this passes tonight, we're an equal partner. It's our land and is absolutely within our purview to establish parameters through a ground lease about what that looks like. And I say that respectfully. I know we have BC Housing in the room, and we're different levels of government, different agencies, but it is absolutely within our purview to be articulating expectations and requirements as part of this, because we would like, and I think generally the public would agree, that if we are going to support supportive housing and social housing, that we want it to be successful and a win-win-win across the board for people and communities. And so I actually would argue that this is the right thing to do, is to at least lean into the issue and attempt to address concerns. And again, I haven't made up my decisions yet on this, but I am articulating this, why this is coming forward. And it is not lipstick on a pig. So just to be clear, Councillor Hardwick.
Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to speak in support of the amendment. I think it covers off a number of concerns that we heard, or provides assurances, just clear and explicit assurances in terms of much of the public feedback and what they wanted to see. It does not, of course, cover all of it, but it does. It's a very good start in terms of being able to go back and look at the ways in which this council guided this process and informed this process for staff, remembering that this public hearing is the very first stage of what the next process will be, which is where much of what's been discussed here can start to be accounted for in conversations and in processes related to staff, the applicant, the community. This feels like an end step often, but really it's the beginning. So I'll support the amendments. I think they need to be included in this, regardless of the outcome of the application. They need to be in there now.
Councillor Carr.
Oh, yes, I also support the amendments, and I have to agree with Councillor Dominato that this amendment is responsive to a number of the concerns raised by the many hundreds of people who came to speak to us during this hearing. I also just want to take note that it's very similar to, or it has components of it that are very similar to the work that Councillor Fry has done. I think he circulated an amendment that had some very similar language as a possible amendment several weeks ago. So we've been thinking about this through this whole process. It's been going on for a long time. And just want to acknowledge that Councillor Fry was on that same page. And that what this does, I think, is provide some assurance around how this project is going to operate, thinking of really safety of all, both like tenants as well as the community.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of comments. I want to respond to the one of the earlier comments as part of this discussion around concerns that it felt that some of these conditions are too prescriptive or we are institutionalizing. And I think the comment was made specifically with respect to mobile health services. I'm remembering back, I had the opportunity to meet with a few fellow councillors down in the downtown east side in one of the housing buildings where they brought in a mobile health service for the day. And you see them come in, whether it's for vaccination clinics in response to specific incidents in the community, Hep B outbreaks, whatever they are, just general, people up to generally to present any medical issues, et cetera. And it was really positive to see the opportunity for that for people that typically have limited access to health services. And I was really struck by that comment because we know, however, 1.3 million British Columbians don't have access to a family doctor now. I don't have one. I can't go and get regular tests that I'm supposed to get at the hospital because they won't send my results back because I don't have a family doctor. So I think about, okay, how difficult is it for somebody that has less access or means or opportunity to be able to do that. So I actually think it is a responsible and humane requirement to try to increase the services available that support wellness of residents that are living in some of these housing opportunities and developments, because health and wellness is really fundamental to people getting to a better place. So I have a fundamentally different view on that and how it's perceived, and I wanted to share that back. I also am appreciative of Councillor Dominato and the broad discussion I think that we've all had in listening to the community around the need to ensure that supportive housing is truly supportive housing. Some of these are not, they don't deal with some of the, I think, bigger fundamental issues around this development. But making the amendments, I think, is definitely a more positive step than leaving the application as it is in front of us. And so for that reason, I'm going to support it. I'm going to support the amendments at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Mayor, I had asked to sever, but I just want to state that I am comfortable supporting all of these. We heard very clearly that A and D and E are already part of what would happen, and B and C are exploring conversations that also likely would happen. So I think to the extent that having these added in provides assurance, great, and I want to recognize that all of this work is work that has been thought about by the very competent and capable professionals that have been engaged in this work already. And so I can certainly support naming it specifically, but not because it was missing, just because it's already happening and it provides assurance to name it again, then that's fine with me.
Yep, I think we're going to be severing anyway because.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay.
Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, you spoke too soon, Mayor. I'm happy to remove my request to sever as well.
Okay.
But I also have a couple of points of information. First of all, I'm wondering if staff could share whether or not BC Housing would be providing annual updates anyways within the housing agreement, and if they would be using a tool such as a VAT tool or their own tools to assess the right type of tenant mix and client group. I understand BC Housing's masterful at already doing this and working with their operators in many of their projects to do this. So I'm just trying to understand if this is, are we reinventing the wheel here? Is this already happening, considering that clause?
Staff.
Yes, it is already happening.
Okay,
part of the
so
best
it's already
practice.
happening. I'm not going to ask for this to be called out of order, but it's just, this is time. We could be talking about other amendments. I see lots of them coming in. And another point of information that I have quickly is regarding information that was just sent to us, Council, but I think it's very important that it's on the public record that apparently for the OPS on Seymour Street, there was a community dialogue group and not a community advisory committee. And I'm just wondering if I could ask staff as a point of information, what would the difference be between this and that? Can you please share with me what the exact difference would be between the community, I understand it was a dialogue group versus the community advisory committee here?
Just
Thank you.
25 seconds.
I've confirmed with the original council direction that there was no direction to establish a community advisory group for the OPS. So that wasn't a council direction. The community dialogue, I've forwarded the original motion. The CAC that the team would establish for this site would be similar to the CACs that we've established for other housing sites, such as the temporary modular. And perhaps Lynn could speak to the difference between the.
No, we're at our 5 minutes, so I'm going to move
Councillor Hardwick will ask for me.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, actually, I was just going to respond to the amended amendment, particularly the use of the word explore, because in my view, we might as well say ignore. The language is weak and is missing the points of what our residents and the experts have made that we've listened to over many nights now. in my view, it doesn't address the concerns and is not aligned with what we've been hearing in the public hearing. So we can try and make it sound better, but it's not it's not a material change. So to Councillor Melissa DeGenova was asking, I'll take my time on this, what the difference would be. So if you could just answer Councillor DeGenova's question for me. Sandra.
Point of information. Yeah.
Just finishing off Councillor DeGenova's question.
The community dialogue group was, my recollection is, was established by BC Housing to cover and to discuss with the community various areas of interest arising from the activation of several hotels in the Yaletown, in the downtown south area. Celine, could you speak to anything different around the CAC? It seems to be in terms of how that would operate.
Yes, Sandra is correct. It was also at the beginning of COVID, so it was a bit of a different format. Typically, we like to meet in person. The CAC that would be established as part of this project, should council approve it, is based on the standard model that we have with any supportive housing, be that TMH or permanent supportive housing, CACs, standard terms of reference, facilitated conversations. So these are well-established CACs that we have been managing for a number of years. The community dialogue was a bit of a unique process, distinct from this.
Thank you. Hopefully that's satisfactory for you, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that's it then. So we're going to call a vote on this amended amendment. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor we're on the main queue now.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move amendment number 3 to start, if the clerks could bring that up.
Okey-doke. Is this on the social enterprise retail space?
Correct. And
okay.
I sent an, yes, that's the correct
seconder
one.
for that one, and I can move this over to a queue. Seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, we're on an amendment queue. Councillor Dominato. Whoops, I'm going to put Councillor Dominato on first. There you go. If you want to go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just briefly, noting that listening to Dr. Julian Summers yesterday, and one of the points he made was that with many of the clients he was dealing with who've been homeless, were striving for work. They did want to work, didn't have necessarily opportunities. We've had many conversations around this council floor about supported employment opportunities and social enterprise. And so if this were supported, I think it would be valuable to see some sort of social enterprise retail space at ground level, which would enable not only activation of the street, but also opportunities for employment and skills training for the benefit of potentially some residents in the building. Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I know this neighborhood well, and I know that there's already some actual social enterprise retail in the community and very close by. And I'm just wondering, because this doesn't require anything and it says explore, a point of information through you to staff, Mayor, is this something that would already be explored? That's my understanding through some of the questions earlier that were asked of staff, but I just wanted to clarify.
Staff? Just waiting, just wait for a second.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We have already explored the programming for this ground floor space, and it was not included in the programming.
Okay, and then would this be a setback, or would you have to go back and explore? What's planned for the ground floor space currently then? If you've already explored it, could you just elaborate to provide some clarity?
The ground floor space has common amenity rooms. It has a common dining room. It has office spaces. It has consultation rooms for for the residents where they could also undertake individual training. There are meeting rooms in there that are already included in this.
So can I ask, as a further point of information, would this actually infringe on some of the other things that we've just voted on, like possibly being able to provide some of these on-site medical services and vocational services if we took up the ground floor space for something else?
Yes, it would take away the space already programmed for supportive housing buildings like this.
Okay, and if push comes, so what I'm going to say, thank you very much. I appreciate the answer. If push comes to shove, council is someone who has experience working in nonprofit and non-market housing as well as private sector housing. I'm concerned that like here we have an either or. So we can choose to do this, and staff have said they've already explored it, or we can choose to have on-site wraparound services or rooms where people can be together and have common space, which I think is really important and fundamental, especially to housing models such as this. And regardless of how I vote on this, I have to consider how this is going to go forward, that some amendments passed into this will end up being requirements of the development. So I'm concerned that if it's between this and on-site wraparound services, I'm going to choose on-site wraparound services, considering the answer we were just given by our staff. I won't be able to support this, understanding that staff have already explored this. And I want to say that I very much support and appreciate Councillor Dominato's focus on social enterprise and retail space. I've helped to create social enterprises council, but at the same time, I think that it's important that we have to look at the trade-offs here, and we can't include everything in this building. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this, but appreciate the sentiment of Councillor Dominato's amendment, and that's you know, those are my comments on this one. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a question through you to staff too, which is I'm wondering in the threshold of what a substantial enough change is that it would require a new public hearing. Is this such a substantial change that it would require a new public hearing?
Over to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle, for the question, Chi Chan. Yes, it would require redesign of the building. It would make the project would not be able to proceed.
Okay, thank you for that very clear answer. I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy from the Portland Hotel Society. They have a large supportive housing building. I think it's on Princess Street, and they have a prep kind of thing where they prepare. Some of the residents there get involved in preparing food, and they sell it to different places. And that it works really well, gives people something to do, and plus they get to make money. So I like that this says explore because it's not nothing carved in stone. It might be something that could be done with the existing community kitchen, maybe when it's not being used for folks in the building. It could be, doing some catering or something with it. So I don't know. It seems kind of like it might not be a bad idea to me.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. It's a nice idea, but we've had ample time to review the applicant boards that have made it pretty clear from right at the beginning of this process what that ground level was being purposed for, and it's not retail. And so I'm worried that as we layer on successive amendments that are not possible, even though this is just an exploration, I think that it really renders this project unviable or an excuse not to vote for it or whatever the outcome may be. I think that that this is not that here. We're not contemplating social purpose real estate, and while it's a great piece, and I love to see it, it's not viable in this spot. And as she said earlier, it would render this project unviable. So I'm not going to support it here and now.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think that we're in a situation where we're going to have a series of amendments that are aspirationally aiming to improve upon a project, but ultimately are going to be substantive changes where meaningful change is going to happen through a referral. And I'm predicting that we're going to consider a number of those, and that's where we're going to find ourselves. So I'll leave my comments there for now. Thanks.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a point of procedure. I heard a councillor speaking to someone outside of the public hearing process. If it's about this specific project, does that, or an application, does that breach the terms of our public hearing process?
All councillors have to have an open mind during the vote.
But we also can't speak to anyone about this application during the process. And I did hear a councillor say that they've been speaking to someone about this.
It's definitely discouraged.
Okay, so is that going to be addressed or not going to be addressed?
I've just addressed it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a vote coming on this one next. Councillor Kirby-Young? That amendment fails with Councillor Boyle, Hardwick, Swanson, Pride, Dejanova, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, Councillor Dominato, you have the floor. We're back at the main queue.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'll move amendment number 2 circulated to the clerks and council.
Okie doke.
And as that's coming up,
I'm gonna need to take a break to review this one with legal. It is a substantive change, not an explorer, so I am just gonna.
Mayor, can you share how long you might be taking?
It's hard to tell sometimes, but let's take 5 minutes and.
Thank you.
7:22. I'll come back. Back from staff, and I've got my advice here for council. Whenever folks turn their cameras back on. Clerks, are folks back in the council chambers?
Yes, Councillor Carr, Boyle, Bly, and Dominato are in the chamber.
Thanks so much. Just waiting for Councillor Fry. I think that's all who's got there. Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. So council, I have talked with both legal and the planning teams that fed back into this. So this is legal. We can do it. However, it represents a substantive change and would just be an automatic referral back to staff. So the advice is if we're going to put in these substantive measures or attempt to, we should just refer it back to staff. So that would be the result of voting yes to this. So with that, it is legal though, so it is still on the floor. And do we have a seconder for it? Going once.
Second. Councillor
Okay,
Bly.
Councillor Bly is seconded. So Councillor Dominato, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thanks briefly. And again, listening attentively to public feedback and the correspondence we read, I heard very clearly from the community that there absolutely is a desire and support for supportive housing. I understand that this is city-owned land that we can leverage for the benefit of those who are struggling with either who are homeless or are at risk of homelessness. I also heard there was a desire to see it be successful. So this attempts to address what I heard from both residents and other experts who called in around a mix. And within the charter, specifically, council can address tenure. We cannot necessarily address type of housing typology or units. That's not within the charter in terms of a housing agreement. So it deals simply with tenure. And then it deals with, and that's not my language, this is from the charter, classes of persons, of who that housing can be available to and how it is administered and how it is offered to individuals in need. And so it does try to address where we heard, making sure that there's options for persons with disabilities, of low income, youth aging out of care, families with children, as well as, again, just as we've already noted, is the use of the VAT as a tool or others. And again, this is all falling under what is permissible under informing a housing agreement under the Vancouver Charter.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just going to very briefly speak very strongly against this, not only because it would send the whole project back for a new public hearing and quite likely lose the BC housing funding that we have, but even if that weren't the case, it is specifically proposing fewer homes for people who are currently homeless and given the huge need that there is for those homes and the constant challenges that we are having as a city attempting to support people in healthy and dignified ways while they have nowhere to live and are living in parks and on the street. I absolutely can't support, and I'm a little bit surprised by a suggestion that we would reduce the number of fully funded supportive units at shelter rate. So won't support.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, same thing. This is the amendment to throw a monkey wrench into the whole project. And, we desperately need housing for people who are homeless, who can only afford the shelter rate. So saying that we're going to deny that housing to another 70 or 80 people, I don't think it's right. And we'll vote for it.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, similarly. I mean, I do appreciate this housing mix, and we've seen it successfully deployed, especially here in the downtown east side as a result of downtown east side local area plan. This is a key component of some of the social housing we deliver down here. That being said, to throw this in as a very last minute amendment after hearing about 300 speakers and going through all this on a very specific proposal to now sort of upturn this with an obvious move to throw this to referral. I just don't think this is the way to go. Either vote for it or don't. But this won't deliver the housing we need. This sets us right back to square one, and I don't think we'll get anything in out of this entire process. And I can't support this amendment for that reason.
Councillor Dejanova?
Sorry, too many buttons.
That's all right.
It's important with the 4-year-old. I do need to ask a point of information, Mayor.
Sure.
Maybe it's just me seeing double, but the last point of this talks about the VAT tool, the vulnerability assessment tool. Sorry, I call it VAT. That's lingo that I use. But I'm wondering, didn't we just pass a similar amendment? Would this be redundant? For that reason?
It might be.
So can I ask a point of information through staff if it's redundant, this point of it?
Sure can. They can give you their opinion on that.
That'd be great.
Staff? Just about the two phrases being similar from the on the
That's a
VAP?
whole bullet point. Yes, but yeah.
Chi Chan, rezoning planner, thank you for the question. The answer is yes.
Okay, so it would be redundant. The other question that I have is there is, if I may, Mayor, for another bit of information, it talks about the housing units would be administered and managed by the housing operator selected by BC Housing. So here, the BC Housing has named MPA as the housing operator. Would that put MPA in jeopardy of having to, although BC Housing would select them, it wouldn't be a partnership directly with MPA, BC Housing, the City of Vancouver, but the City of Vancouver would actually be excluded and BC Housing would be choosing the operator no matter what. Is that how you see this worded here? So it could be an entirely different operator later on, and we wouldn't have a say in this as the City of Vancouver.
Staff, do you have an opinion on that question?
Celine Mobles, Managing Director of Housing, Homes and Services. BC Housing has selected MPA. The city, we are a partner as part of that RFP process. So I'm not sure how else to answer your question. I hope that provides.
I'm asking, under this amendment, it says that BC Housing would select the operator. Would the operator always be MPA, or would BC Housing, if they wanted to select a different operator, could they just select a different operator?
Yes, they could.
Okay, and does it currently stand that way in the recommendations right now, or is that the new addition of this amendment?
Their current operator is MPA.
Okay, so in our current agreement, it would be NPA, but if we voted for this amendment and it moved forward, it could be anyone. Is that correct? Or any nonprofit organization that met BC Housing's criteria?
Correct. It is at the discretion of BC Housing.
Okay, but right now, as it stands, without this amendment, it's MPA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I see others on the queue, and I'm going to reserve my comments and look over this some more before I decide. I'm a little bit torn. I'm concerned that this really devalues the work that MPA has put into this, and understanding how that feels, considering I've been on that side of it before in other municipalities. That also being said, considering the redundancy of talking about the VAT tool, I'm not sure what I'll do with this. Again, we're dealing with another amendment that is a little bit redundant, but I respect that Councillor Dominato came into this with good intention. So I'll take myself off the queue for now, Mayor, but that's where I'm at.
Councillor Blythe?
Thank you. I'm just a point of information to staff, and I just wonder if you can clarify, maybe it's Chi-Chan, regarding the vulnerability assessment tool. This is speaking directly to the housing agreement, whereas the previous amendment was speaking to the staff the work that staff would do with the applicant. And I just wonder, is there a discerning difference there?
Yeah, I think the previous motion directed BC Housing to use the VAT, but BC Housing and the operator and the city would be part of the table, part of that coordinated access process. Everyone would be using the VAT. So perhaps it's a nuance because it's referring specifically to the operator, but they would also be using the VAT. So
okay, so it is redundant.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, well, I mean, I seconded this because I think it's worth debating. I appreciate Councillor Dominato's intent here. You know, I think it is reflective of what we've heard. I'm just not sure if it's the right way to address some of those concerns at this particular stage. I too am interested in a different, in a mix of units that could be specifically to the social housing unit. It's a 65 social housing unit, so there may be a different approach. I'm not going to support this at this time. You know, again, if a referral, you know, if this triggers a referral, then we should just deal with the referral. But so I'm going to appreciate the work of Councillor Dominato to bring this forward, but I'm not going to support it this time.
Councillor Kirby?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments on this one. And I just want to kind of keep us grounded in this conversation because, again, I heard one of my fellow councillors say, sort of after listening to 300 speakers, this sort of last minute amendment. But I just want to say I've only saw one amendment prior to today. All of the other, I haven't seen any other amendments prior to today. So they're all happening today. And we only got, so let's just sort of ground that to keep the conversation kind of level set. And we only got the questions from staff, which impact on amendments and how they're crafted and the responses to councillor questions just before dinner. And so I think, you know, in terms of being able to craft those in an informed way, based on the parameters around what kind of amendments would trigger what and what the legal parameters are, that is the very small window that council had to work within. And I just really want to level set that I wouldn't characterize this as a last minute amendment. I think that we're all dealing with the parameters around the public hearing and when we've received information. And again, there was only one that I can recall that was sent before that. Having said that, and speaking materially to the nature of this, I aspire to seeing us have a diversity of type and a diversity of affordability of housing across the city. And I aspire to seeing that not just in different neighborhoods, but in different buildings so that we actually build integrated and successful communities. And I actually think that this is a really good aspiration for a lot of projects that we deliver. If you look at the city's definition of social housing and many of the ones that we have passed, sometimes brought forward by for-profit and sometimes often nonprofit operators, you're seeing now that the definition of social housing may have 70% market rental in a building, and only 20 or 30% are social according to the city's definition, with an aspiration to achieve greater affordability because of the reality around land economics. So this is actually, relative to other proposals we've seen in front of us, a pretty good benchmark in terms of setting expectations around affordability on a site that the City of Vancouver owns, but also I think in terms of building integrated, functional, welcomed, healthy, strong, successful communities and housing. And I think that this is the job of this council, which is to push the envelope to both respond to the need that we see economically, socially, but also in terms of how we build the city in terms of knitting communities together for decades to come. So I actually think that it's a really well crafted, and I think it is an aspiration for something that we should try to look to see repeated on multiple sites and in multiple neighborhoods. And so for that reason, I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. And just wanting to clarify, there was a couple of questions raised as to why the VAT was referenced in this amendment and in the previous one. The previous amendment was dealing with the ground lease between the City of Vancouver and BC Housing. This amendment is dealing with the housing agreement that would be enacted under the charter, which is referred to in Appendix B of your package. So just clarifying that, I think there was some confusion. So in terms of duplicating, it's not duplicating. They're dealing with two different documents, two different points of reference. But it was to, again, affirm that that's an important piece of this. And we did hear from Mr. Ramsey that that is best practice now, and I know flowed from after Marguerite Ford was put in place, and I know that for a fact, having worked with the Kettle Society for 6 years. So that was why I wanted to see it reaffirmed in the housing agreement as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick?
Just noting that none of this does anything or addresses on any level the built form. And while we continue to talk about the composition of residents, we're not addressing the larger questions that have been posed to us throughout the public hearing process. But one thing that I did hear, and I just wanted to check back with you, Mayor, is whether this is redundant based on an earlier question that I heard on the VAT point, the VAT point. Under 8.7 point F, is this frivolous because redundant?
You're asking for a ruling?
Yes.
Okay, council, I am going to take a break for 5 minutes, and if I take longer than that, I will come back and let you know. Let's wait for make sure everybody's back. This is a hard one. Uh, the two clauses are the one that we voted yes on is very similar to the one that we're considering now. It isn't really the meat of the amendment, that's for sure. It's the housing mix that is the meat of the amendment. So I don't, you know, I don't really want to rule it out of order because it does preclude us from voting on a larger item, but I do think there's a large element of redundancy, and so as such, I'm going to rule it as again, it's not a word I like, but it's the word in the charter, which is frivolous. So I am going to take this off the. We're going to move this back to the main queue, and we're going to go back to Councillor Dominato.
I have nothing further on this. Thank you.
We are on the main queue, so we have the. It is the motion as amended with your first amendment. Just so you know. Councillor Kirby-Young. So we are on the amended amendment on the main queue.
Sorry, so for clarification, Mayor, we can't see the screen. Can we just see what it is? I just need to visualize what we're actually on.
Yeah, so we have we've had the report moved by and we've had one amendment that was amended a couple of times, and that's where we are. So we've had one amendment added to the report.
Sorry, can I get the clerks to stop my time? Because that was just a point of procedure. I just need to see what we're at, and then I'll pause and wait. You can comments for later, so maybe you can just reset my time. Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, I have an amendment.
Okay.
I'll just speak to it while it's being brought up, but it has gone past staff, and basically that the conditions of approval include exploring adequate on-site space for a wide range of support services required to implement the individual tenant management plans, including supportive health services, employment training, and promotion of life skills. Not all of the details in that list I said were necessarily spelled out, but in documents we've received, but certainly staff have talked to this, and so it's just making sure that we've got that space available, because those support services are the key to the success of the people who live in this building in terms of overcoming any challenges or difficulties that they may have. A second is something that also was raised by many of the speakers who came, and that is to require a flashing pedestrian-controlled traffic light at 7th Avenue and Arbutus. Certainly that was raised with me as well as when I did a walking tour of the area with people from school. And the third is to work with the applicant to review and mitigate transportation safety concerns in the area around the development. We heard a lot about people talking about the difficulty, and I was there when it was an after school time, and there were so many people and so many cars and so many bicycles, and the concern around how that's going to mesh with the potential for emergency vehicles or delivery vehicles. And so I think just an assurance around that.
Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Bly.
I heard Councillor Wiebe first. So we're on the amendment queue. However, before we go there, I am going to review this with staff just to make sure. Sorry, I should ask for that before I ask for the seconder, but I'm going to review this with staff just to make sure, like all others, that it's legal, and I'll be right back. 5 minutes.
For quorum, you've got 3 councillors in the chamber, and we can go live whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's go live then. Welcome back, everybody. So I have checked with the legal team and the planning team has fed in. I did have a concern about the specifics of including a traffic requirement that's so detailed, but it seems fine. So it is lawful, and so we can proceed with the debate. And I've got Councillor Boyle on the queue for first 5 minutes.
Councillor Boyle's not in the chamber.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I'm just wondering, Councillor Carr, if I can ask a point of information, Mayor Stewart?
Sure.
She's the mover of the amendment. I'm wondering, Councillor Carr, in the list of the laundry list that you have in the first point, would that include, just because of the concerns we heard from the community and what we heard from the operator, that there isn't going to be necessarily a safe injection site on site? Is that one of the inclusions that you were looking to make in this building? Is that what you would fit under the number of points you put down? Just looking for some clarity.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. I
Yep.
could have. Oh, can I?
That's okay.
May
Yeah,
I?
go ahead. Yep.
So I could have added that. I'm not intending to leave that out for any particular reason. I was thinking more of the actual support services that are around yeah, I just listed a number of the support services, including employment training and promotional life skills that were not necessarily included in the list that had been provided, just to by in the actual proposal itself, so that it. To me, it's a more expanded list to emphasize the importance of moving people along and in gaining the skills they need to have a self-sufficient life.
In health services, though, is that what you would consider fitting in here?
Yeah, I think that that's where it would belong, because there are many different health services that would be supplied, I am sure.
Okay, so that is your intention.
Yes, it is my intention.
That's what would
I'm
be
not.
included
Yes.
in health services.
Yes, it's not, and there's no intention here to not include that or to see that deleted. So, as a part
Can
of
I just
support.
ask, what would you consider health services to be? Because you wrote this amendment, I have to ask you.
Yes. So I'm understanding that there are people. Well, first of all, I think we all know from having participated in homeless counts in this city and getting the reports back on them that we have discovered that many of the people who are homeless have multiple diagnoses of various health-related illnesses.
I will say, councillors, this is kind of bordering on debate. These are supposed to be points of clarification. So
It is a point of clarification,
yeah,
Mayor. I'm trying to
if we could just
understand what health services means.
keep it brief.
Yeah,
That would be
so
great.
there may be people who are diabetic, there may be people who have other illnesses, but that is what the supportive health service would cover a variety of, well, certainly mental health services are part of it. We do know that that's very frequently also a part. And one would assume addiction counseling is a key part.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I have a point of information through you to staff, if I might, Mayor.
Sure, yep.
I'm just trying to understand how this, if staff can help me, as to how this is different than what's already contained in the proposal. Like, is this viewed to be redundant, or what is different then? Because I share Councillor Carr's keen interest in ensuring appropriate on-site space, and I remember asking the question around how many square feet was dedicated to support services during the hearing. And I understand that there is space set aside already. One could argue if it's adequate or how much, but first of all, is there not space already set aside? 1, 2, is this redundant? And 3, what would this equate to? Would this mean additional square footage and therefore trigger redesign of the space again?
Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. The ground floor space includes amenity space, office space, programming space that could support the activities listed there. So the space already does exist.
Okay, so therefore, as the question, I think we heard a very direct answer from Planner Chi Chan earlier, and the question was asked by Councillor Bly about another amendment. Was this therefore redundant? So is this redundant?
Is that the stat?
Yes, I think in terms of all of those services that are listed there, those are ones that are frequently cited as being part of a supportive housing program. So yes, it perhaps is reiterating some of the supports that we've talked about through this process.
Okay, so can I ask for a ruling on that, Mayor, just as was asked on previous amendments then?
And what's the request?
As to whether or not it's redundant because there's already on-site space for a wide range of support services.
Right, so point of order, do you have the other councillors have listed the
I don't believe they did, but if you'd like to, I can come back on if you want to hold me to a different standard, because you didn't ask Councillor DiGenova for this section earlier.
Yeah, I think she mentioned it was
Point of privilege.
8.7. That's
8.7. 8.7.
8.7. That sounds good to me. So I
Thank
will
you.
go and take a look and come back.
Mayor Stewart, I have a point of privilege. Okay.
Just a point of privilege. I noticed my clock was running throughout the recess. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks. We're back. So we're kind of in this situation where we're having amendments come forward with multiple parts. And so again, there are parts of this that I think the vast majority of it is in order, but Clause A, because it is contained in the report that we're considering more or less, that does make it frivolous as well. It's kind of like if you had two very similar sentences in the same report, you'd take one out. So I'm going to say this is frivolous as well. However, I would say it's kind of a shame on the last two, because there were parts that were worth considering. But at this point, I'm going to take us back to the main queue after ruling that amendment out of order. And Councillor Carr, you have the floor on the motion as amended. Council, also just to let you know that that the full report with the amendment has been emailed to you for the text. So Councillor Carr?
Yeah, just a point of procedure,
Yeah.
Mayor, because you've just ruled my amendment out of order. Does that mean I cannot resubmit sections B and C because you've just ruled the whole thing out of order?
Yeah, I did give you specifics on what part was out of order. So I wasn't asked about the other parts, but they would seem substantively different than what we've been considering. I hope that answers your question.
Not really. Would just parts B and C, if reintroduced, be ruled out of order because they've just been ruled out of order, or would they be in order if it was to resubmit them?
I'm not trying to be difficult here, but it's kind of like hypothetical now. So I just suggest you submit it, and then
I'll
if
put it to
somebody.
the test. Thanks, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay,
You
thanks.
can move on.
Mayor Stewart.
Point of privilege, Councillor DeSanova.
You'd allowed it earlier, and I just wanted to say that I didn't ask for anything to be ruled out of order earlier. I asked a point of information, but it was Councillor Hardwick that asked that question. So I just feel like it was a bit mischaracterized on my part. I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Not really a point of privilege, but all right. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a point of information through you to staff, perhaps.
I'm ready.
Perhaps Celine Mobilis, I think.
Okay.
And it's related to the unit mix, coming back to previous questions in question period. And that is it possible? So what I want to understand, what are the constraints regarding unit mix specifically, recognizing that the original application was 400 and let's say 140 supportive units. And now it's 129 supportive and social housing units, and 65 of those are supportive and 65 or 64 are not, or vice versa. So what's the constraint around the unit mix in the social housing portion?
So the units that are before you today, this is it's an MOU. This was an application that we submitted as part of a regular funding stream. So it's a partnership through an MOU with a very specific funding stream for supportive housing units that are studios, right? So that is why this project is comprised of 100% studios. There is some greater, some differences in affordability. That was that change, the 50% supportive housing and 50% social housing. And the funding commitments, there's still operational dollars and other supports that will be attached to the social housing units. But so the important piece is that it's the studios, and then the studios with a very specific funding stream for the supportive housing units that came through that project. Does that help?
That does help. I know that's yes, it does help. I'm going to move an amendment. Just and ask that we move to an amendment queue, Mayor.
Need a second to do that. Need a seconder to move it. So
sure.
Second.
Do we have the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So what I'm looking to do, and I appreciate very much staff's responses, all of the responses to my questions. I think where I'm hoping that we can direct staff to explore different options around unlocking the 65 social housing units from the other 65, recognizing the MOU is connected to these 5 projects, and we could enable 300 units across all 5 projects. But in doing so, potentially access different funding streams related to the social housing units that would allow us to mix it up a little bit and have perhaps 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. So we would have the 65 supportive. And I think this is really, this is in response to what I heard overwhelmingly from all sides of this debate, is that the straight up studio for singles, although there's a great need for that, there's also a really healthy environment and ecosystem created when there's lots of different incomes and people living in a building together. And so, you know, I want to tease, hopefully with this amendment, allow staff to just keep having this conversation essentially, and recognizing that it's not prescriptive in the sense that it's a condition. It's simply directing our director of planning and our homelessness, our managing director of homelessness, and the applicant with BC Housing to continue this conversation to see what we could possibly do, recognizing that at the end of the day, we want a positive integration for this building in the community. That's the goal. So if this could help make that happen, and recognizing we've again got 3 other applications coming to us in different parts of the city. We've got opportunities to meet those MOU specifics around number of units. Again, my hope is in this, the continuation of that conversation based on this particular public hearing and its outcome.
Okay, thanks for that. I am going to, it is 8:09. Let's come back at 8:14. I'll give everybody 5 minutes while I review this. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, we're live.
Thank you. So I've reviewed Councillor Bly's amendment and reviewed it with staff. As it's not a directive, it doesn't require this to be sent back to referral, and it is lawful. So this is allowed. And Councillor Bly, you can continue. You have the floor if you like, or we can go on to Councillor Boyle. Councillor Bly.
Sorry, Mayor, I was just having a challenge turning my mic on. I'll actually just make some space for the others and provide some final comments.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks. I'm hoping to ask a question or two of staff through you, Mayor. I heard this would not require, passing this would not require the project to go back to staff for a new public hearing, but if we were able to access additional housing funding streams and the mix of unit types changed, then would it be required to go back for public hearing? Like if what's being suggested to be explored in this amendment were successful, quote unquote, then would that require a new public hearing on the new project?
Staff?
They're coming.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle, for the question. Staff are willing to explore this, as this amendment says, the inclusion of other units and funding streams available for that, and that can happen through the DP stage. So long as it doesn't change the form of the building and the CD1 bylaw, it could be handled through the DP.
Okay, great. That continues to be my big question about whether on amendments, and so I can certainly live with this one based on that information from staff. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I appreciate that this wouldn't basically kill the project and it just says explore. But I get really frustrated with this rhetoric that talks about income mix being healthy all the time. You know, we approve condo project after condo project after condo project, townhouse project after townhouse project after townhouse project. And every one of them has people in it that are all making 150K a year and up. And it's only when low income people are involved that the 100% becomes somehow unhealthy. Even though it can be really comforting if you're a low income person to be around low income people because you don't feel judged, because you're in a space with other people who, you know, can't afford Teslas, can't afford trips to Europe, can't afford to dine out, and have to do things the same way you do. And sometimes that contributes to a sense of well-being. So I think we have to be careful about this idea that only with an income mix is it healthy, and only with low income people do we have to think about mixing incomes, and we could forget about it with upper income. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will be supportive. This isn't talking about income. This is talking about unit type mix, and I think it's important that we look to fit the needs of the housing in the neighborhood with the unit size. And I think it's important that if couples want to stay together, they can, brother and sister. I think that there's a lot of opportunities that we hear about of finding the right type of housing to meet the type of need, and people might want to choose to live with a few friends or not. And so I think right of choice is really important. So we'll be supportive of this, and I think that it's a good thing to our staff to work to look at what other funding opportunities are to create these units.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to support this amendment. It definitely aligns with what I was attempting with the last amendment I brought forward, which Councillor Hardwick wanted a ruling on because of one item that actually wasn't redundant. But that being said, it was to attempt looking at a broader mix, responding to what we had heard from residents and had articulated very specifically that, to Councillor Weeb's point, could we look at housing that would include a diversity of individuals, including families, including moms with kids, seniors, and so on. And so I really appreciate that this is an innovative way of looking at how we might tap into other funding streams, which we inquired about earlier, that there are other funding streams through BC Housing that actually do serve a broader range of individuals who are also struggling with homelessness or are of low income. And so I'm happy to support this amendment.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you. I really, really appreciate Councillor Bly bringing this forward. I think we've all been struggling about how we're gonna do that. I think all of us have thought through. They listened to the speakers, heard very clearly that a range of different kinds of units would enable, for example, families to be able to live in this building is desirable. But we kept getting stuck by it can't be done because of the current funding in the project. Therefore, if we put that in, it would trigger having to go back and redo the whole project in public hearing. But that was a very creative solution. So I think that the fact that this is acceptable by staff, it will require finding that funding, but I have a feeling that there will be agencies that are interested in having listened to the community on this and looking at, just that we can find that funding. And I think staff are going to diligently pursue this. So thanks, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, another 2 minutes.
Oh, nope, sorry. I didn't see there were other people on the queue. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Deschanova. I think you have more time than that, so yep, go ahead. Yeah, I think you're muted.
I think I was double muted again. I just wanted to know, this looks at a different funding streams. So would that mean that the current funding streams would be in jeopardy? Can I ask that as a point of information? It's a different funding stream here.
One more time, are you asking if this current funding stream is?
Well, it says to look at different funding streams. So would that not support the current funding stream that we, like, would this possibly mean that it may fall apart, the relationship with MPA, BC Housing, and City of Vancouver?
You can ask staff if you like. Staff, do you?
That's what I meant. Sorry, point of information.
Yep, staff, any comments on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Deschanova. No, we don't believe the current funding stream is in jeopardy. This would be looking for additional funding streams if we were to perhaps blend something in case we were able to accomplish a different unit mix.
Okay, and is BC Housing right now, can I ask a point of information? I heard the applicant say that there wasn't any room for family-sized units in this. Is there a way that staff could answer how we would look at something that the applicant has said that they're not prepared to look at this time?
Well, I think that's the way Councillor Bly has worded this is explore it. So it gives us the flexibility to just investigate those possibilities.
Okay, and then my final point of information would be kind of like the last amendment. Wouldn't that kind of lead to a referral back to staff if we were going to explore an entirely different model?
Well, we certainly would strive to keep a viable project under the council approval and not stray from that.
Okay. I'll reserve my comments, my final comments right now, if I have any. I am concerned, I will say, and I appreciate staff answering my questions, but council, if you have referral motions that you want to bring forward, I encourage you to do that. I urge you to do that. But let's not move forward with amendments that are just going to kill what we have in front of us without saying that's what we're going to do. I also don't see it specifically saying that there will be family units in here. And I think that it puts the current funding stream in jeopardy, possibly. Like, we're not sure because staff would be exploring whether or not it does that. So at this time, I'm not prepared to support this. I was more comfortable with other wording that was inclusive of family units specifically. This looks at a different unit mix. It doesn't say families in it. And you know, as others have said, the devil is in the details sometimes. And I think that it's important that we say what we mean and we mean what we say. So I would have supported this had it specifically said family units and had it been inclusive of BC housing. But instead, we're asking our staff to explore something without BC housing here. So for that reason, I won't be able to support it this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I ask a point of information through you to staff?
Sure can.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to synthesize a lot of different information that we're getting today, and I'm just wondering if staff can comment, try to ask the question to give you some flexibility and scope on answering it, on the likelihood of success on this, because I did hear you say very clearly you can explore it on the city side, but then I'm trying to reconcile that with a statement from the CEO of BC Housing, Shane Ramsey, who said, and I'm paraphrasing, but the gist of it was any change to unit sizes would compromise delivery of the project. And that's a paraphrase. So on the one hand, council has an aspiration, trying to be responsive to community feedback and hearing that aspiration, but we're hearing from the applicant that, and again, any change to unit sizes will compromise delivery of the project. And I think the intimation was both financial and time, or the actual delivery of it. So can you kind of give us a bit of a read on how you would do that, or the likelihood of an outcome here, given that very strong statement by BC Housing?
Sure. Right. And we're all answering in real time here, and I want to ask Celine to correct me if I say anything inaccurate. But the projects as proposed tonight is funded through a particular funding stream that addresses a particular population, and that's driving the unit mix, right? So it was a funding stream that was cobbled together particularly to address our MOU. And what this asks us to do is go back and have those conversations with BC Housing, the way I would interpret it, have those conversations with BC Housing. Is that, are we restricted to just that funding stream, or are there other funding streams that might support other unit types, other populations? That's how I would interpret it.
Can I just interject just to follow up on that? Because I understand staff's intent and I'm very appreciative of that to do that. My question is more around, do we have any reason to believe that BC Housing would be willing to do that based on their unequivocal statement that they didn't want to review unit sizes?
I'll ask Sandra answer that. Yep.
Yes, Sandra Singh, General Manager, ACCS. It's hard to speculate on what an organization would do, but what I understand from our discussions and from what we heard Shane Ramsey say is that it would be problematic to have to go back and redesign this project.
Right. Okay. I appreciate the clarification because I think we're trying to synthesize. So thank you for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Okie doke. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, so if a different unit mix was then funded, the building would need to be redone. That's the bottom line on this. And so this is not a solution. Change the rooms, doing multi-rooms changes the building. And again, to my earlier point, we're not talking about the physical building, the height, the massing. We're just it's like moving the shelves around in between. So I don't see that there's any particular advantage in doing this. The whole building needs to be redesigned, and this may be a one way of going at it, but I'd rather just come out and be straight about it. Send it back.
Councillor Bly, got a couple minutes.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I'll just quickly respond to a few things because I know this is a very challenging decision for a lot of people. It's highly sort of it's tense. There's a lot of sort of blank statements being thrown around, so I think it needs to be level set. So we've heard from staff. Chi Chan came to the microphone and said, if we can stay within the same built form, it does not trigger a new public hearing, a new rezoning. Um, um, and so that would mean that the massing built form, which some people are concerned about, may stay the same, but this motion doesn't seek to address built form. And to Councillor Hardwick's point, this motion seeks to support people, the actual people living in this building, which seems to be forgotten, particularly in those comments. So I just want to recognize staff's reassurance that it's an explore. It's perhaps a creative and interesting way to look at different funding streams. It teases the two pieces apart, supportive and social housing. It gives staff some clarity around direction of having that conversation, and it doesn't trigger another rezoning. It has got nothing to do with a referral, and it's working with the application that we have to reflect public feedback, which is exactly what this hearing is supposed to do. So just wanted to level set all the sort of political comments that have been thrown out through this debate, just to remind everybody what we've heard from staff and what we can feel confident about in voting to support this amendment.
Thanks. You're at 5 minutes. That's it for the list of speakers on this amendment, so we'll go to a vote. Councillor Kirby-Young? And that passes with Councillor Hardwick, Swanson, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, we're back to the main queue. Councillor Bly, you've got about 3 minutes left. This is the main queue with all the amendments added into the staff report, and the staff will circulate the updated version as we move along. Councillor Bly,
I'm going to make
else?
space for Councillor Carr in case there are more amendments. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I do have an amendment.
Okay, doke.
Move us to an amendment queue.
I'll just wait. I have to see it first.
It's been circulated.
I didn't get a copy of it.
It went to council meeting amendments, Mayor. Perhaps you can stop my timer.
I did. I am looking at council meeting amendments, but I don't see it. There it is. It's just. Oh yeah, I didn't get. Okay. All right. Need a seconder for this then to proceed. Seconder.
Second.
Great. Councillor Carr, over to you.
Great. This just eliminates the egregious clause that was ruled out of order and just leaves the other two in, which were requests of the community, requiring the flashing pedestrian control traffic light at 7th and Arbutus and working with the applicant to review and mitigate transportation safety concerns.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle. Second. It's already been seconded, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions for staff on this amendment, particularly on B2A around a flashing pedestrian controlled traffic light at 7th and Arbutus. I'm just hoping to understand how we certainly get requests for these types of improvements around schools all over the city. I know because I talk to PACs all over the city and forward those requests to the transportation team. How do we currently decide how to prioritize what are unfortunately a limited number of those interventions we can do that we currently fund each year?
Great, thank you for the question. Paul Storr, Director of Transportation. So we have a number of criteria that we look for, like most of our programs, determine which location is both suitable for a flashing beacon and which has the highest need. And that looks at how difficult, it looks at kind of what people are crossing to, how difficult it is to cross without a beacon. Is it an appropriate environment? So a single lane in either direction, that kind of thing.
Okay. So based on our current transportation data, are there requests in line for flashing pedestrian controlled traffic lights at other locations that would be prioritized above this location based on the traffic data and need?
Yes, that's correct. We've looked at this location with the school and observed how it works and done a full study on that, looking at both a pedestrian controlled signal, full signal, or a rapid flashing beacon, and it doesn't score at the top of the list on either one of those programs.
Okay. I'm also interested, Mayor, I'm just hoping as a point of privilege, we can have a reminder to the gallery to not be talking while council is deliberating.
Sure, I'm just getting a note from the clerks now, but David is keeping me informed.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering then if council were to direct this light to jump that queue without additional funding added to does that mean that a different request from a different school or elsewhere that has a significant need as well would be deprioritized or delayed to a future year?
Yes, I mean, council can always direct us to implement something like this, but it would mean we had less funding for, the rest of the program.
Okay. When was the most recent traffic study done at this location?
I know we've looked at it since we started talking to the school about the Broadway subway, so since 2019.
Okay, and is it likely we would do another traffic study after the subway is functioning to see how traffic has shifted and other changes might come up based on that?
Yes, definitely. When something major changes in the neighborhood, that's a really good trigger for us to take a look at, where we have requests and how things are working, whether there's more or less traffic or gaps to cross the street or things like that.
Okay, appreciate all of those answers. I will just say I'm going to ask that we sever A and B. I'm very happy to support B. I think it's important, as our, again, professional expert staff are constantly doing, important to be reviewing and mitigating transportation safety concerns around developments in neighborhoods as they change. So happy to see B added. My concern with A is that I do hear requests regularly from parent advisory committees and schools across the city for this type of infrastructure. And I have advocated at every budget that we fund more of it. But right now we can only do so many of these interventions at a time. And I want them to be, those decisions to be based on the best available traffic data. I have visited this location. I have biked by there. I visited the site when this proposal was first brought forward, and since then agree it's a concern, and there are many other areas of concern across the city too. So again, I hope we do more of it everywhere, but in the meantime, I hope that is based on data.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes on this item.
Yeah, I will be supporting A and B. I think A is important, recognizing I've had a business near one of the SkyTrain stops, and it makes a significant difference to the amount of traffic and the movement in the area. And being around this area since that construction's really started to move forward, the amount of trucks that continue to go past and kind of separate the park from the school. I think it's something we've heard clearly from the community, and I think in doing these type of projects, this is an important spot to do. So I will be supportive of this.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
I just want to say that I will be supportive of this, and it concerns me some of the comments that have been made. When we consider rezonings and applications such as this, regardless of whether or not they're strata condo or they're CDI rezonings for rental housing, we often consider traffic patterns, and we also consider traffic studies. and we listen to the community, and we have heard from the community that there is a concern that increased traffic in this area, which I know very well, you know, is not only a concern with this new redevelopment that's being proposed, but also has been a concern of the schools. And I feel that with some of the questions and comments that have been made, that, it's saying that one group of students, that public school students are more important than students who go to an independent school. And I don't think that's fair. I think that all children are important and their safety is important. And looking at traffic patterns when we have the opportunity is important. And we have the opportunity here. And if we have the opportunity tomorrow to look at possibly improving, pedestrian safety near a public school, I would also support that. But I'm not going to not support this because it's an independent school. And I'm quite troubled and concerned by some of the comments that I've heard that look at it being an either or, from taking from one area and giving to another, when I think that all children's safety should be considered equally. And I have to say, I'm quite offended by some of the comments that have been made, because it's just amazing to me that we wouldn't consider it the same way. In any area, be it a child care or a community center in areas where children frequent, I would look at pedestrian safety, and especially through the lens of children, in the same way. So I just wanted to say that for the record, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can call a vote on this. And just a reminder to those in the gallery, please just, we're creating a safe space here, so just make sure you're not speaking out loud while we debate this item.
Just a reminder that I asked to sever the votes on A and B.
Right, I didn't, wasn't quite there yet. So clerks, can you reset? This would be for A. We haven't locked in the vote yet, so council, this will be vote A first. Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, this is section A. Councillor Kirby-Young is absent. Okay, that passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition. Now we'll go to B. Thanks, clerks. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Councillor Carr, you're back on the queue. The report as amended. Main queue.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to speak my final comments at this point, Mayor. Not too much time left. I just want to really, first of all, say that, this was an amazing process. Incredible number of passionate, articulate speakers that came to speak to it. I appreciate the fact that many of the people who spoke to it were not just saying no. They were saying there are solutions, there are alternatives. We are supportive of social housing on this site. And as I say, I really did appreciate that. What is good about this proposal, in my mind? Why am I supporting it? First of all, we need the housing. Homelessness is become even more of a crisis than when 13, 14 years ago, the then mayor of Vancouver said he's going to end homelessness by 2015, and look at it, it's worse than ever. What's even just more disturbing to me is to just this week have heard about 2 homeless people being shot, killed in Langley. So this is a matter of life and death for people. And I really appreciate BC Housing stepping up to the plate. I've been on council for 3 terms, as you all know. We have had a greater, better, more successful partnership than I've seen in those 3 terms. And more housing, which is really the important outcome here. It is dignified housing. It has, the units have got cooking and their own bathrooms and support services and places to socialize, and the outdoor spaces, the rooftop gardens, the outdoor amenity spaces. This is setting up people for real success in their lives and happiness in their lives. The support services are there too to help them with the difficulties that they've got in their lives. So I appreciate the stepping up of the mental health, addiction issues to really move forward. And everybody sort of, I'm running out of time. Anyway, the conditions of approval are all really good in terms of also creating a much, much healthier, more responsive to community building. And that's all I have time for, but I thank staff for their incredible work on this and the public for their involvement and BC Housing.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, you have 3.5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Before I start with some closing comments, I actually just wanted to confirm that because I moved the motion, I have an extra 5 minutes.
That's right. Movers the motion do have an extra 5. Yep.
I promise I won't take that long, but just wanted to check.
Yep.
So I want to start by reaffirming my deeply held belief that housing is a human right. There is no justification for people sleeping on the street in a society as wealthy as ours. This council has discussed housing and homelessness many times, and what many members of the public and many members of council have acknowledged is that we as a local government can't solve the housing crisis on our own. We need help, especially financial help from senior levels of government, particularly to create housing for people who are homeless and on social assistance. So today and for the past month, we have been considering a fully funded proposal to house 129 people who badly need homes. For them, this housing and the supports they will receive will be life-changing. We'll give them a chance to stabilize their physical and mental health, to seek the support they need, maybe even to reconnect with family and begin the process to regain custody of children. This proposal will save lives. It is already 11 units smaller than was originally proposed, which means 11 people at any given time who will remain homeless because of aesthetic building compromises, which I'm still deeply disappointed by. But the project before us is a mixed income supportive building, very similar to a building on the east side that we approved comfortably just over a month ago. BC Housing has been clear that if we were to reject the proposal before us today, the funding would go elsewhere, which in Vancouver would mean that 129 people would continue to live in tents, in parks, and on the street. That would be the outcome of our choice. So to be very clear, rejecting or voting against this proposal would deny safe, comfortable, supportive housing for 129 people who are at this moment living in our parks and on our streets. That is the choice in front of us. Right now, people who are homeless or precariously housed have no choices. And I think it's worth reminding us and the public that according to the 2020 homeless count, across the region, 33% of homeless individuals across the region are Indigenous, 24% are seniors, 23% have a learning disability or a cognitive impairment, 36% have a physical disability, 32% have previously been in foster care or a youth group home, 43% experienced homelessness for the first time before they turned 25.
Stop you there. You're at your 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
just to confirm though, I have extra time, but I have to go on at the end.
That's right. Councillor Bly, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So I'll just make some brief comments because that's all of the time that I do have. And yeah, just to say that and appreciate the process here, staff's work on this, hearing from the public, and of course it was a I don't know if it was unprecedented at a public hearing, but certainly was on the top end for us here. In all of the concerns that were raised by the community related to proximity to school, on-site harm reduction, form and massing, tenant and shadows, the park, surrounding populations, on-site services, traffic management. So I think, you know, the ones that we control within a public hearing have been addressed with amendments in this. Not perfectly, because we're limited in this legal hearing in terms of what we can actually say. But remembering that this is absolutely the first step in a long process now where staff go and work with the applicant and they look at form of development and they take all of this conversation and all of this work and all this public, I mean, this is the point of a public hearing. Is not the hearing before the hearing, but the hearing where we get to hear from everybody and be able to go and take all that information and work with the applicant and work with the application. And we are assigning a lot of faith and trust in our director of planning and working with our staff team to do that in good faith with the applicant. And yes, that takes a certain amount of trust, but I'm quite confident that we do have the right staff team in place that has listened, that has been filled this gallery, has listened to all of this feedback, and knows that this council does not make decisions lightly. We wrestle with these things and we really try and come to the best outcome possible. At the end of the day, and I have 1 minute to go, I want people who need housing to live here. I really I don't get emotional at council generally, but I really, really do. And maybe it's because when I was 21, as a single mom, my kids went to the daycare there, and they gave me an opportunity to have my kids cared for, sit on their board. They were not for profit. They were there since the 1970s. They gave opportunities for families who needed two parents to go to work when most privileged families didn't need that, but some families did, low-income families. They subsidized the rent, the daycare costs. They made it a place where people could get a leg up and move forward. And so my connection from the early 2000s to 2010, 11 with that board and transitioning that daycare away from that site to a new place, to have it come back and be something that can provide the same value to the community in the same way, the legacy of that land is what touches me. I'm moving back into that neighborhood. I'm going to be there. I'm going to support this to be a positive integration, whether I'm elected or not. I will show up for the community, for the school, and make sure that any of these concerns they're not left high and dry, that the public feels like they are going to continue to have a voice and have a role to play. And let's host a barbecue. Let's welcome new neighbors to the community. Let's be an idealist. It's the only choice we have when dealing with the challenges we have in the city right now around homelessness. So I support it for those reasons. Thank you for giving me the extra time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. You have 5.
Yeah, I want to thank council. I think we're getting these really long public hearings because the public believes that we're going to listen and that we are going to try to make as many changes as possible to the comments from the public. And I think I appreciate that the public has sent us messages, took us for walking tours, done so much research and knowledge, and really provided a lot of solutions, a lot of ideas. And so I really want to thank staff for also allowing this process for us to be able to listen to as many residents as possible and as many stakeholders as possible to put a project like this forward. We do need to solve homelessness as a collective. We do need to recognize that we have a significant amount of our population that is living in our communities that we might not see in our parks or on the side of the street, but the amount of invisible homeless we have in our communities is significant. And I think we need to be open to the idea that every neighborhood has people that this type of housing can help support. This will lift people up in a really positive way. We really struggled as a family to find a place for my stepbrother to live. He burnt his place down on the downtown east side, and we really struggled. And I think a place like this near my family home would make a significant difference, and I think it will for so many families. And I believe that we've come to a place now that we have partners at the table. We have nonprofit organizations that have stronger capacity and skill sets. We have great groups with mobile units for health and safety, and I think that the more we collectively understand that together as a community, we can improve the well-being of the residents, I think it's going to be better communities for all of us. So I believe complete community allows all to live in it, and I think this is moving that forward. So I am supportive, and I really appreciate all the work that's been spent to make this better. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking the staff and BC Housing and all the folks who came and spoke. I want to say again, I have an open mind and I've listened carefully to what everyone has said. And I'm weighing that with my own experience working in the downtown east side. So is it bad to have people who live in supportive housing in your neighborhood? A few years ago, there was a proposal to put a similar housing development in Marpole. The community was up in arms, as this community is, but there were some high school kids at Churchill High School, and in their spare time, they helped with a charity called Kitchen on a Mission. They prepared and delivered food to people in homeless shelters. They met people in homeless shelters. One of the speakers here, I think it was last night, said he wants the people he and his family can socialize with. Well, these high school students had socialized with the homeless folks when they delivered the food, and they knew that they weren't a problem and that they were safe. So they organized a campaign to get the housing, and they won. And now the housing is built, and some folks who were homeless have won the lottery, as they say, and we're not hearing of any neighborhood problems. A lot of the folks we heard quoted Julian Summers. I have a lot of problems with how he's interpreting the studies he participates in. I have problems with applying only a medical lens to all people who are homeless. I don't agree that everyone who is homeless wants to move into scattered site housing or wouldn't want to move into the proposed building. Some people may not want to move into the building, but no one will force them. From my experience, there's often a community among people who have low incomes, and that community among each other is often what gets people through the day, the week, and their lives. Over the last few days, we've heard a lot of people who aren't poor and aren't homeless and don't have mental illness and probably don't use illegal drugs. Tell us what people who are poor and homeless, who do use drugs, who have mental illness, tell us what they want and need and what they think is good for them. We haven't had, I think, any people who are poor or homeless or use drugs or have mental illness say what they want. And I think if they had been here and had said what they want, they'd say they want a nice place to live like this building could provide. On Monday, 2 homeless people in Langley were murdered and another critically wounded and another hospitalized. They didn't have a bed. They didn't have a kitchen or a bathroom. They didn't have a door with a lock. In Vancouver, we have a new tent city on Hastings with about 130 tents and an old one at Crab Park with 75 tents. And we have stats that say people who are homeless have lives that are about half of what people with homes have. We have a chance here to give 129 people a nice place to live with a bed and a bathroom and a kitchen and a lock on the door. I have friends whose job it is to find housing for people who are homeless. They count themselves lucky if they find housing for one person a month, We have a chance tonight to house 129 people with this vote, and I think it would be criminal if we don't do it.
Councillor Boyle, you're batting cleanup, so Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. So let's start with the land, the location for this proposed development. It isn't going anywhere. The city owns it. Housing will most likely be built on this piece of land no matter what. The question is how big and what composition, and who will partner with the city in producing this housing. P.S. The city has a legacy of partnering with senior levels of government and in producing housing. A case in point would be Falls Creek South and Champlain Heights, where we had a third, and a third with the provincial and federal governments. That's where all kids of all different income levels walked out the front door and went to the same schools and went to the same parks and did not have a sense of being ghettoized. Development is a business, regardless of whether it is for a nonprofit. There are business deals in the development pipeline. The city is in partnership with BC Housing and with the operator, the designer, and then eventually builder. So following the money, it's the business model, in my view, that should really suggest some questioning. And the rush. The attitude that I will take my ball and go home if you don't conform with what we want to do. Really, I just look at and I'm very concerned that we should not be held hostage by BC Housing. This is the antithesis of good governance. The public will has been marginalized in order to seemingly manufacture consent. There seems to be very little nuanced knowledge of the neighborhood, and residents feel that they are impediments when it comes to the city and BC Housing getting what they want. I kept very close information and charted all of the speakers that we had over all these nights, and 75% plus spoke against. I found very uneven interpretation of how those speakers were viewed. And when we heard from a judge and from academics and the warnings and concerns that they had, all I've heard rather is others try and demonize and discredit. Perhaps the city no longer wants to know what real public consultation looks like. I grew up around it and I sure know what it used to be like. And what we've heard loud and clear from the people in the neighborhoods that they do not feel that they have been heard. But what I heard was physical form. The built form is too tall, too dense. There are problems with the setbacks, problems with access on a bunch of different levels, shadowing, loss of green space, livability in the area. And we heard about the composition of residents, the concerns around congregate housing, the concerns about vulnerable groups being pitted against one another, women fleeing violence across 18 meters across from school, where we have preschool and elementary school children as well. So when I look at this, I go, is this the best we can do, City of Vancouver? Would you want to duplicate this model and point to this as something that we want to replicate? And is this something you want to be proud to put your name on for the next 60 years to come? Well, I vote no. That's it. Thank you.
Councilor Dejanova. Councilor? You're on mute, I think. Councilor Dejanova?
Hi, Mayor Stewart. I think I'm having trouble with my microphone. I'm going to try and switch over to my headset.
I
So
can hear
maybe
you.
I'll just go on the bottom of the queue.
I can find you here. I can hear you fine now.
Okay. I'll just go on the queue afterwards. Thank you very much.
Councilor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and thank you to staff and colleagues. This has been a lot of hours on this issue, and I think staff have done a really good job of addressing a lot of the questions and the various amendments, and just processing this, and of course, by extension, BC Housing staff and the proponents as well. You know, acknowledging the extraordinary number of speakers that we had to this, and I really do want to acknowledge the residents and the parents in the area that felt that this process may have failed them. And I think it's important to recognize and reiterate that the process didn't fail them. Actually, indeed, the outcome of this revised project, with having moved to a mix of supportive and low-end market housing, and a variety of amendments and commitments to working with the community,
Councillor Fry, I'm gonna stop you there because there is Councillor Swanson. Can you mute yourself there? I think we're getting static from you. Councillor Fry, is that better?
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah,
But
there was
okay.
a lot of static. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think just recognizing that the amendments and the commitments that we saw come forward, and those commitments to working with the community should provide some proof and comfort, I think, to folks who've been worried about this, that knowing that the process does work and that they have been heard. I also want to acknowledge the folks who came and spoke in favor of this project. You know, for me, the big takeaway is that this process is just a mess, and it really didn't have to be this way. I mean, I think it's a function of our process and the age that we live in, social media, bifurcated positions that seem to only entrench like contrasting narratives and political positions and really entrench fear. We do have extraordinary challenges as a society with housing and equity and inequity and poverty and mental health and addictions, climate change, the pandemic. We're living in some absolutely terrifying times. And as a society, we need to do better. And we need to figure out how we can bridge the divide, not further it. And I think that that's where this process really illustrated how much it failed us. I worry that the process, the public hearing process, set this project off on the wrong foot by pitting people and opinions on the opposite sides of an argument that was fraught with a lot of misinformation and accusations and frustrations and fears. And we need to, a lot of people talked about level setting tonight, and I think we do need to do a better job of level setting and coming into this with a different way of approaching it. We had a really interesting conversation actually with some state senators up from California, and they talked about how they do things a little bit differently and can manage public hearings in a way that maybe isn't quite as drawn out and so absolutely polarizing. But you know, to the specifics of this project, I live in a neighborhood with a lot of different types of social housing, different kinds of supportive housing, low end market housing, a mix of all sorts of kinds of housing vernaculars and types in buildings, and they can work. And of course, they don't always work. Um, but I think that we've definitely sent a very clear signal that we want this one to work. And I know one of the counselors earlier just asked if this was the best we can do. And I would say I look around Hastings Street, I look around the city of Vancouver and say, you're right, this is not the best we can do. We need to do better. And I think this is a step in the right direction. And I have a great deal of confidence in the success of this project because of the commitment and values that I heard from particularly the folks around St. Augustine's Parish and school. I think that there's an extraordinary opportunity to um, commit to those sort of values of understanding and faith and recognize that will be reciprocated because of the direction that we've given. And I think that we have an opportunity to see things really happen differently on this location. And I know that there's a lot of fear about how it could go wrong. And I think this is a time where we can call upon on the faith that we can work together and actually achieve something really great. I was really touched by Councillor Bly's comments and her willingness to roll up her sleeves and lean in on this. And I'd be happy to join Councillor Bly in similarly rolling up my sleeves and leaning in on this, because I think that the success of this will be really the test and the measure of the best we can do. And this is we're going to do great with this. Thanks.
Mr. Dominato, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor, can you reset my timer? Because I actually haven't spoken to the closing.
Yeah, you've been on the main queue. That's when you introduced your amendment, so you have used 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes left.
Okay. Where to start? Oh, I guess not to start on the negative, but I am disappointed in the process. I could sort of foresee the polarization that's emerged through this debate and discussion from many, many months ago when I started meeting with families and community members. And it became abundantly clear to me that there was gaps in information, misinformation, lack of transparency at times, but legitimate concerns as well from members of the community. And I feel that we let people down in terms of the process. And I'm not pointing fingers at any one person, but I think there was opportunities to ensure that members of the public felt heard. And I recognize this has to come to a public hearing, which speaks to a whole different process. And but I have really struggled with that in terms of engaging all the precursor engagements to getting here today, and recognizing that the public hasn't felt heard. That being said, heard a lot of the feedback over the last number of days. Councillor Bly reiterated a number of the points that we heard over the last number of days, and I certainly know that the amendments we brought today did not address all of those concerns. I did attempt to bring some changes that would address more accountability and change the mix. And I've really wrestled with this because I think it's really important that we hear the public's input and consider it. And while there have been some changes, I don't know that it's gone far enough. That being said, I've spent much of my career in the public sector, including 6 years on the Kettle Society, and I've seen supportive housing work and coexist in neighborhoods around the city. And a lot of it's dependent on the operator and how they operate. And the MPA has a good reputation as an operator. And so that gives me some comfort in this, is that they will work collaboratively with the community, but they will also work hard to ensure an appropriate tenant mix and services on site for this housing proposal. And there is a need, and I think we need to recognize that. And I do support supportive housing being distributed throughout the city. But I just want to recognize it's been a challenge wrestling with this one. So I'm running out of time, but simply wanted to reflect some of those thoughts.
Councillor Dejanova, have 4.5 minutes.
Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Sure can.
Thanks. Council, we can move forward with this application and we will lose the trust of the community. Families need housing just as much as the people this housing is prescribed for. And homeless people are vulnerable, but so are toddlers, school-age children, and mothers, and all parents with complex care issues who are trying to get clean. They're vulnerable people too. And, you know, as other counselors have shared certain experiences in their stories, or I'm turn it off here. I can say that I have extended family that I've taken care of their children while they've been in treatment. And I've been told, well, my kids would have ended up in the system if it wasn't for you and for, my husband. But that being said, I feel for people who have difficulties or try and hide their issues and don't seek help for them because they're afraid that they will lose their families. So my heart goes out to those who support and those who are clients of Sancta Maria. And I want to say that I implore this council to ask yourself if you feel that you've shown good leadership and helped the divisive issues and rolled up your sleeves, to help the residents we still here for in the area of Yale Town where the OPS went up. I'm a big supporter of the 4 pillars approach. I've said this council, I support many mobile overdose prevention sites, but in that community, we knew it would be divisive. We promised them better. We promised them dialogue, and it never happened. So how can this community count on us to provide something when we haven't even provided it to other communities? And that concerns me. In fact, many people have reported that most counselors who supported the OPS there haven't called them back, even though they promised to follow up. We had Covenant House against that OPS, right to us. But we moved forward. And as the only member of this council with professional experience working in the nonprofit housing sector, helping to develop housing models, actually, I can tell you that this isn't the best way forward, in my opinion. We don't need to ghettoize people. We don't need to label people as NIMBYs or YIMBYs. There are other ways forward. A vote against this project isn't a vote against supportive housing. It can be a vote to do better for the vulnerable people who need housing and the community who is counting on us to work with them, not dictate to them. My voting record on housing speaks for itself, and I consistently have supported housing across our city. but I won't do it at the cost of setting this project up for failure. And I'm concerned that we've already created divisiveness, council, and I don't think that we've shepherded this through or shown this leadership, because this won't come back to us. We put this on our staff's plate now if this passes, and I won't be a part of that. I think the people who will live in this project and the surrounding community deserves better, including people at St. Augustine's Parish and school. I also lastly want to thank BC Housing, James Forsyth and Shane Ramsey, who came and spent his time after 22 years, hasn't spoken at a public hearing, but I really do appreciate your words, and I've supported many of your projects, and we've all come together to ask BC Housing to deliver funding, and you always have stepped up and done that, the City of Vancouver, and I really appreciate that. And I want to thank our city staff who have spent countless hours on this as well, in planning and engagement. I appreciate what we're all trying to accomplish, and I hope we can move forward together along with the community to create a model that will work better for everyone. Doesn't seem like the vote's going to go that way tonight, but tonight I'm going to vote for something better for everyone, including people who are homeless and vulnerable, and I think deserve better than to be stigmatized as I can see them being in this neighborhood if we move forward with this project as is. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to try to sort of reflect these thoughts, and because I'm really disappointed in this process also and how this has rolled out and transpired. And I want to reflect what I did hear, what I think was the opportunity. What I heard loud and clear from the community was a yes to social housing, was a yes to social housing in this neighborhood, was a yes to social housing on this site, was a no to this specific project, and was a yes to building it better. And so I think, okay, how could we be at a place where we had 1,561 pieces of correspondence in opposition, 542 opposed? And why did this come forward to council without trying to deal with what is clearly a project that had a high degree of public interest and trying to find a win and a way forward? And there was one speaker that struck me that made the comment that council has a duty of representation to the community, and I actually took that quite seriously. We have a duty to lift up people that don't always have a voice and that really need the housing. We also have a duty of representation of the community that we're hearing from in order to ensure the success of the projects. I don't think that this project is just about Arbutus and 7th. I actually think that this is a bigger, broader conversation and a moment in time around the model where council has an opportunity to ask for better outcomes and supports for people who need them really desperately. Because I think in a number of our projects, and we're seeing it, we hear about kettling the downtown east side, we hear about the need to spread it housing out across the city, which I fully subscribe to. We hear about housing first, but we don't talk enough about providing the necessary supports to get people to a better place. I think I push back against the box that council's, I feel, has been put in terms of this is your decision around land use, or you don't have a meaningful opportunity to impact on that outcome, because I actually think that all people, including the folks that are going to live here, as well as the existing residents in the neighborhood, are looking for us to push that envelope to figure out what a better option looks like. I wish this project hadn't come forward and that there had been efforts made by the different parties there. I'm disappointed that I didn't hear acknowledgement of what I think are pretty genuine concerns. When I hear from neighbors saying, well, I'm searching the BC Housing website, I can't find a good neighbor agreement, it's been removed. Or for specific projects that different operators won't move forward with good neighbor projects, a couple of which we've discussed tonight, or good neighbor agreements, I should say. It's really concerning. And I think that the way this was approached with a doubling down, a calling of folks as YIMBYs, a doubling down on the position, is not setting this project up for success. It is our job to put better options on the table. I don't believe that I was hoping we'd get there with some more meaningful changes. I don't believe the changes we have put on the table are meaningful. I think they're cosmetic and won't fully address the concerns. I try to really kind of, keep it real when I'm hearing about things that the community says and things that the operator says and saying, okay, well, where's the opportunity for a path forward? And when I hear the operators doubling down and saying, the building is the building, the configuration is the configuration, otherwise it will be delayed. Any change to unit sizes will compromise or delay the project. And then we have amendments that aspire to do that. I can in good conscience say to the community that is an outcome that's going to happen. And I believe that about a number of the amendments that have been put forth here. And that leaves us in a really difficult position because we need the housing. But I actually think that we had an opportunity, and I had prepared a referral, which I didn't move because clearly listening to the discussion around the table, there isn't support for it, to come back within a time-bound period of time that would review the configuration of this project in order to address some of the concerns and give people the best type of quality housing, the next level, looking at a broader kind of strategic perspective around how do we deliver the best in social housing, because we actually have the ability to push on that. And I think we should push on that for what is better than we have right now. So I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed around the process. I'm disappointed that I don't think we've responded to the feedback. And I really am trying to daylight having some honest conversations around some of these issues. And even when I hear things like, well, we're not aware of any specific issues with respects to some of the challenges in the neighborhood around the site, that's not the case. That's not true. We hear that. If we don't daylight those concerns, we can't mitigate them in community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, you got the close for 5 minutes.
Thanks, and I'll just continue where I left off before, which was just laying out a bit of a snapshot from the 2020 homelessness count of who the folks currently living in our communities who are homeless and in need of housing are, and a snapshot of who we are deciding could either have housing or continue to remain homeless. So should we keep fighting for more funding for this and other models of supportive and mixed income housing? Absolutely. Should we keep pushing for comprehensive mental health, addiction, social, and income supports here and across the province? Also, of course, absolutely. I've been reflecting on that when I was finishing up seminary training, I spent a couple of years working at First United Church, 24-hour shelter in the downtown east side, and was on the board of their housing, social housing buildings as well. I got to know many people at the shelter who were desperately looking for housing and whose health was clearly deteriorating rapidly without it. Some wanted to stay living wanted to find housing in the downtown east side where they had built community, and some wanted to leave the neighborhood and find housing elsewhere because they felt that their chances of recovery were better in a different neighborhood. We heard clearly from speakers, and it's been my experience, that people need and deserve choices. As one speaker said, right now, homeless people in Vancouver don't have choices. And I am certain that there are 129 homeless residents in Vancouver, our neighbors, who would choose this building over their current situation in a heartbeat. In the meantime, I keep thinking about what one of our speakers, Robin Chan, a mom who lives near 2 other social housing buildings, said. Robin said, as a mom, I completely understand that we want to keep our children as safe as possible. A question that, as she said, a question that I sometimes have to ask myself is, am I unsafe or am I uncomfortable? Been thinking about that question a lot, and also thinking about Robin outlining that, saying that she would rather explain to her children why social housing is allowed near their school and may cast a shadow than explain why we allow people to sleep on the street. And that's certainly my experience in all of the conversations about housing and homelessness that I have, all the time, probably more than they would like, with my own children. So I am glad to hear that it sounds like this housing will move forward. It's incredibly important, and I hope these new neighbors are well received and well supported and set up for success in their new future neighborhood.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Do we sever C?
Yes, we can sever C. Get the clerks to call up the. I am going to call the vote now on C first. Clerks can just pull that up on the screen so we know what we're voting on. We're going to vote on letter C first, just to make sure everybody's clear on what that is. The clerks are highlighting it on the screen now. Should be fully magnified and everybody can see where it is. Okay, clerks, I'm going to ask you to trigger the vote on C, please. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Okay, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Swanson in opposition. And now I'm going to trigger the vote, ask the clerks to trigger the vote on the rest of this amended report. Go ahead, clerks. Councillor Weeb, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, thanks very much. That has passed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Clerks, if you can just pull that up so everybody can see. Thank you so much. Okay, Council, thanks so much to staff and everybody who participated. Council, for all your work. That is it. Clerks, I'm just checking with you before I call for a motion to adjourn. Is there anything else we need to do?
Nothing further, Mayor. Just to a motion to adjourn is fine.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Can we have a seconder? Anyone? Seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks, clerks. Good night. Good work.